Hi, everybody. Welcome. Shout out to everybody in the chat. For those that are coming through, good morning. We started a couple minutes later, but that is okay. I just needed to get some stuff going. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Let me share this with everybody. We live now. Come on over, guys. It is Friday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Friday. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, supporting the channel, doing all those beautiful things. I stayed up a little bit late last night because I was recording the rest of Mia's video transcript thing. And so hopefully I'll be able to edit everything today and get it out tonight. We live now. Let me let the people know that we're live. Good morning. Oh, and I think we have a new member this morning. Did I see that correctly? We live now. Hi, Alma. How are you? Tasha, I see everybody coming through. Is it Leanne Gross? Welcome, Leanne. Shout out to you. Thank you for becoming a member. All right, guys, we got to get going. Good morning. I see all the wonderful green in the chat. Thank you guys again for supporting the channel. Y'all are here and you don't have to be. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys for being here. Good morning. Good morning. Yes. Thank you guys. And shout out to everybody that's like here. I mean, thank you. I appreciate it. You guys don't even know. Okay, we got to get started right away because we are, at least I am. I don't know if I'm late, but we are a little bit late. Let's see. Did I not put? I didn't even pull up my. I haven't even pulled up my Twitter yet. What is going on? I'm slacking. What is going on? Okay, here we go. So this was about 8 minutes ago. Oh, and just to let you guys know, I did finish reading Mia's transcript last night and recording, right? And I will tell you guys a couple things. You'll watch this video later, but Mia had been essayed by Diddy multiple times. This was a multiple time kind of thing. Okay. Some of the times she remembers it, some of the times she doesn't. And so there are different instances of this. There's no police report. She never went out there and reported it. She never said anything or anything like that. So keep that in mind. For those that are coming through, she was essayed by what she's saying multiple times by Diddy. Okay, let me hit play on this and then we're going to get started right now.
Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Now, day 13 of U.S. versus Sean Combs. It's Friday. It's the end of week 3. And I'll say right from the top, we're going to have another ebook out about week 3. It's already well underway, but there's still some testimony to go. Yesterday, the victim known as Mia, people have figured out her name, and we're not reporting it even in this format.
Thank you.
She testified all on direct about her going to work for Combs Enterprises, her 5 days in a row without sleeping when they first hired her. Sounds kind of like a cult in a way. And then several incidents of sexual assault in the closet of Diddy's place of residence, in various places, jumping on. Apparent drugging with 2 shots of vodka that made her feel totally out of it, and she woke up on a chair many hours later. This is an echo, actually, of the many civil cases we've been covering here for some time. There's case after case, many of them brought by Tony Busby, showing with a stock photograph of a date rape drug that was apparently poured into these things. So this one has legs. And so for that reason, apparently, they've decided to deploy Brian Steele on the cross. He said it'll only be an hour and a half or 2 hours this afternoon. So look for we're going to be live tweeting it. You can find it. It's going to be something else. Yesterday, just to finish that up, there was the other witness was Deontay Nash, who was in finer form than usual. First question, Donaldson, how are you, Deontay? Answer, blessed. And he went from there. But he finally did get off the stand, and Mia began. I don't mean to make it. It's something. I think that this is a worse witness for Combs than Cassie in a way, because you're really talking about violent, non-consensual. His defense is going to be, she kept working for me. That's going to be the defense.
That's what it's going to be.
So we'll just have to see. Now, there are other cases in FDNY. There's even other.
Okay, so let me stop right here. That's absolutely right. That's what it's going to be. And I think we even said that. Well, she kept working. There was no police report. Why did she do that? And we had a long talk about that. But let me shout out Wayne. Thank you so much for the $5. Miss chatting with you. Miss Shannon, yesterday, busy office day, but I was listening, dying laughing. Oh my God, not Diddy running back and forth with his arm swinging on the beach. By the way, I did read that in the transcripts. Like, I'm thinking that he's like doing that, but in the transcripts, we get some clarity. So when they were in the paddle boat, they start seeing the place a little bit smaller, and Diddy was still mad. And we'll get into those transcripts tonight, hopefully. Lady Kiki, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Oh my goodness, y'all. Thank you again for supporting the channel. Okay, let's get into it, guys, because we have so much, so much, so much in the morning. All right, so I believe let's start. The jury just rose, okay? But let's start a little bit before that because, of course, the attorneys are meeting and they're, arguing and going back and forth. So we're going to get a little insight about what's going on there. So before the jury's brought in, what's the issue with the charts? Alexander Shapiro for the defense. We object to the column entitled Escort. Judge says, meaning the title. Shapiro responds, they're connecting it up to the stay with the hotel with the escorts travel to the city. We don't know if the escorts traveled to NY, that they actually went to the Londoner hotel. Government says we discuss. Shapiro interrupts. That the government can make an argument that an inference can be made. The judge then says, fair, Miss Comey? Miss Comey speaks. Okay, title's out. They're going even on the little things, on the logistics of titles. Okay? That's how much they're getting into this, okay? Comey speaks. We have records like go to room so and so in the hotel, and we can remove the header. We will show that the escort was going to the hotel where there was a reservation under the name of Frank Black. And judge says, and this one, it's escort Jules Theodore. Okay, we've heard the name Jules before. Jules Theodore. Shapiro speaks. We'll take that. We'll take what the court gives us. Judge says, anything else on summary exhibits? We're running into the jury's time. Let's get started. Can we have Mia back? Okay, witness enters. All rise. We are up to date, my friends. This is a quick little summary about everything. All rise. Miss Miser continues for the government with questioning. Do you call other employees family? Yes, I was surrounded by them, and everyone referred to each other that way. You dated an employee? Yes, Matt, the sound engineer. Okay. By the way, she does get questioned into this a little bit further in the transcripts. It says that Mia and D-Rock, there's messages between them that's like, they're basically talking about Puffy. Hey, Puffy's doing this, or this is the update. Love you, love you, love you. Like, and she gets questioned about why are you saying love you to? Like, are you in love with them? Are you dating? No, this is just a family. So these guys, okay, whoever was, in this group had been hired, they kind of created this like bond, this family bond, believe it or not, and they had each other's back that way. And they had like a group, imagine a group text communication, right? Which 2013, 2012, I mean, I think you could have group texts back then. And they're just, texting each other about different updates and things that are happening or things to be aware of. Keep that in mind. Okay. So she starts dating Matt, the sound engineer. Were you and Matt able to hang out together normally? No, we had an apartment together in New York, but we were rarely at the same time. Why did you go to South Africa? Puff told me to accompany Cass. She was shooting a movie. What happened there? Cass had caught Puff cheating on her with Gina. She was devastated. What were her interactions with Mr. Combs? They were on the phone. He's in Miami. Then she stopped answering the calls. Wow. And I think she was South Africa. I believe she was filming. Was it Honey? I think that's what they said. And we were talking about that. We're like, Honey? We didn't even know there was a Honey too. Was there a Honey too? Apparently there was. Mm. The government definitely drove this point right here. Especially with what's the word? They drove this point here that they saw themselves as a family. But yes. Yes. Let's see. Let's see. Combs' former assistant is back on the stand. Okay. And prosecutors, what CNN was reporting, prosecutors want to show the jury charts of hotels and flight records. Okay. Let's see. We don't have an update yet on inner city press. I think they're going to ask if it was baby oil during the essay. I don't know about that. I don't know what they're going to ask, but I do wonder. She wasn't asked that by the government. She meaning Mia, recounted multiple times of essay by Diddy, multiple times. So it wasn't like a one-time thing or a two-time thing. There were multiple times. She recounts 2 times, but there were multiple times that this happened to her with Diddy. Can someone tell me why she's anonymous if we all want to know? If we all know who Mia is? What is the point? That's how they submitted her, Master Mama. They submitted her as anonymous. Personally, I don't want to. I think a lot of us know who she is, but I'm not going to be saying it in the chat or out here because I think we have to be careful. This is a federal case. I think people are kind of missing the point of that. So I just don't want to be that, person who says anything about that. But she did want to be. She did want to be anonymous. Yeah, the baby oil was not involved in her essay. No way. And she said so herself. They said that she was an active essay case against Diddy. That I'm trying to find out. I wonder if they're going to ask her if she's got anything active currently. I don't know if she filed a lawsuit, if that makes sense. Okay. I'll read the blue message. So they're reading messages. KK is Miss Coram, and you read the gray. That's you. She wrote, PD wants to talk to you. Who's that? Who's that? Mia replies, Puff. Government says, audio call not completed. Mia says, I wasn't answering the calls, but I spoke with Puff. He threatened to kill me, to K me. KK, somebody, was it my mod Vicky who said you kind of have to wonder if she has full immunity, KK? Like, how do you give somebody like that full immunity when she's like well aware of the ish that's going on? How do you, like, the heads of this organization, the HR person that's mentioned, which, by the way, the HR person, when all of this stuff was happening, Mia didn't tell people about the essay to anybody, not even police. She wasn't going to, okay? The multiple times. But the other times where he had assaulted her, threw a bucket of ice on her, that's another thing that's said on the transcripts. Pushed her into a pool. All of these things. Jammed her arm in the door. She's trying to get her arm in, and her arm's like bruised up. He was taking her phone from her. All of that was recounted. He left her stranded multiple times while she's trying to, do her work and do things. Yeah. This is a horrible incident, y'all. I'm just going to tell you guys another incident. Hold up. Let me read this. What else did he threaten you with? He said he was firing me. He said I had to leave and fly back and threatened to K me. Miss Coram wrote, I need to talk to her. Not sure what to do. He needs you to call him now or you don't have a job. Okay. There was an incident where Puff, they had gone to the club, okay? And they get home, I guess, and it wasn't just Puff, it was a bunch of people. I think at like 3 a.m. And Puff, and she's, I think, asleep or something. And Diddy wakes her up at 3 a.m. and brings all these people over. And it's like demanding her for her to go to IHOP, okay? So she has to go to IHOP and is demanding her to do different things. The girl's got to change. Oh my God. And then it rings the alarm. The girl's got to change her hygiene product, if you know what I mean. Because, she's got, Aunt Flo coming. Aunt Flo is here. You know what I mean? She's got to change her product. Okay. And she's going back and forth. And she needs a product and he's not letting her do that. The stuff is trickling down her leg, okay? And then he sees that and he don't even give a shit. He kicks her out, says a bunch of people in this house, humiliates her, and then says a bunch of things to her, okay? All of this is being reviewed in the criminal case. Like, that's crazy, y'all. Q, Matt, you just need to change your product. You can't help that. That's insane. Anyways, yeah, just giving you guys an idea of what is going on, okay, in this situation. All right, hold up. Do we have an update? I think we do. Okay. How did it make you feel? Okay, so the government had said, Miss Quorum. Oh, hold up. Had to cough there. Miss Quorum wrote, I need to talk to her. Not sure what to do. He needs you to call him now, or you don't have a job. How did that make you feel? Desperate, terrified, and really, really sad. Did you answer KK's calls? No, I texted back that I had been asleep. It sucks to wake up to this every morning. I'm being shitted on from all sides. I'm in a effed up spot. And this was a constant for her, by the way, that she was constantly waking up to like these kinds of messages and stuff like that. Like, that's crazy. Yeah. That little flow situation got me, honestly. Like, when I read that, I was like, oh my God, I can only imagine. And then you have like it's trickling down your leg and there's gas and she was humiliated. Like, it's just not, no. Just my thought on that, but let's see. Oh, by the way, Suge Knight, I guess he's like doing a bunch of like interviews from jail and he's giving Diddy advice from jail. It's crazy, man. These people were abused, threatened, or overworked, denied sleep, humiliated. Yeah, they didn't call the police. They didn't quit, and they kept going back. They did. And I think that there's a level of ownership that they take too. Even with Mia, when she's like, I was going to go to my grave with this. There's messages as part of the exhibits that are under seal that kind of show that they weren't even allowed. Like, she wasn't even putting things into writing about the things that were happening. You know what I mean? Like, she wrote in an email, this is an in-person conversation. She wouldn't dare say this out loud so that people would know what was going on. Like, putting it on paper would put a timestamp on it, would put a marker on it, right? It's documented. Yeah, I agree. Just curious to know if the diddlers mistreated KK or abused or assaulted her. That is the $1 million question. Because one thing I realized, and let me see if I can go, I think I still have that bookmark. I was trying to show it the other day and I forgot. One thing I realized is that this man, do I have it? I'm pretty sure. This is a screenshot that I had taken too. But let's see. We might have an update before I show you guys this. Yeah. And what was KK's answer? She wrote, "Can you call me when you get a chance?" I wrote, "I'm having an anxiety attacks and fears at night. Night fears." About who? Puff. Who are these WhatsApp with? I screenshotted them. I've had other phones since. Okay, hold up. Government says, and what was KK's answer? She wrote, "Can you call me when you get a chance?" I wrote, "I'm having anxiety attacks and night fears." About who? Puff. Who are these WhatsApps with? Okay, the WhatsApp phone app. Puff. I screenshotted them. I've had other phones since. Wow. I wonder. Here's the question that I have, okay? I saw this post, okay? I have to wonder this post right here that I'm showing you guys. Thank you, K Baron. Did this post right here where Diddy is his social media meet Christina Quorum, chief of staff at Combs Enterprise. Christina at KK, aka KK, keeps everything in my life and my business running. She's been my right hand for the last 8 years and has constantly proven to execute and get shit done. Don't know how I'd function without her. He posted that on his social media. I wonder if he did that to like appease her. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want you to ever think you're not doing a good job. I don't want you to ever, like, let me show you how down I am with you type of situation. Very similar to the BET situation where he's up on stage and thanking Cassie, for being there for the most darkest moments of his life. It kind of made me wonder if that was his way of showing that. Right, Storm? Because she could have taken him down. She knows where the bodies are buried, right? Anyways, let's keep going. Inner City Press writes, government asks, what did Mr. Combs write? If you don't call me back in 2 minutes, I'm going to tell everything. You're fired. Fuck ABC and their lawyers. Let's go to war. What did you think he meant by tell everything? He told Cassie about the essay. Cassie didn't know. Nobody knew about her being essayed multiple times by Diddy. Not once, not twice. Multiple times by Diddy. See, the man he didn't believe in people locking the doors. Security can have their doors locked, but not her. Keep that in mind. There were other events for those that are coming through. Okay. What do you think he meant by fuck ABC? I had written a show based on my life as an assistant. It hit the press. The most I ever got, he was threatening to take that away. Did the show ever air? No. Wow. Well, I will say that will make quite the show. If Mia wrote a show about her working with someone like Diddy, mm, excuse me. Right, if you cross him, absolutely. That's what I took it as too. I know like Vicky says, as it relates to KK's post, I think he was letting everyone know who his right hand man was. So basically, who the enforcer was, right? And I think I also believe this too, that he was trying to call her out. Like, if I go down, you go down with me, or like, this is who my person is. Thank you, Vicky, Pika. Shout out to my mods, Pika. Thank you for being here. I don't know if Cheeks is up there. She's usually here. Let's see. We have an update. Yes, we do. So, did the show ever air? No, she says. What did he write now? Call me now. Call me now. Now. Then don't ever call me again. I wrote back that I've been asleep. Is that the end of the screenshot? Yes. What's this? My email to Puff, then to KK. Oh my God. I would have, like, y'all, this is, it almost felt like it feels like a gang initiation. Is it, what the fuck is this? Blood in, blood out? What are we doing here? It's like the girl should just be able to go to sleep and do what she got to do. That's what I want to know. It's giving blood in, blood out. Oh my God. That's what it sounds like. Do you know what? That's good. That's a very good point. You honestly believe that she knew what she signed up for and what her role was. I don't think she was afraid or is afraid to go down with him. She's a true definition of a ride or die. Damn. That's crazy, man. Well, okay. Update. What did you write? I'm really sorry, Puff. You know I love you. Smiley face. I paid for my own flight. It will cost to change it. I'm sorry to ask for the money. I'm sorry. I want to make sure you're good. At the end of the day, regardless, I love you. Yeah. She says she loved him. That was the way in which everybody communicated there. She would say, "Hey Puff, yada yada yada, message, I love you. Hey D-Rock, this is what's going down. I love you." The word love was like all over the place here. Okay. Um, keep that in mind. Okay. So yeah, no update. Major gaslighting and love bombing. Really? That it felt like a courtroom, and it said it felt like a funeral yesterday. I know people were talking about yesterday. And then after reading, I'm telling you, I stayed up last night and I was recording and editing. After reading that entire transcript, I don't know how you cannot feel some type of way about the things that she's saying. And it's interesting that they got Brian Steele to like talk to her. So what are they going to point out? You said you loved him here. You said you'd do anything for him. You said you would do X, Y, and Z. I mean, they're going. Defense attorneys are going to do what they're going to do. But it's giving. It's definitely giving, like I said, like gang initiation, blood in, blood out. You hear about these things, or a cult, if you want to put it that way. Gang initiation for sure. Okay. Ride or die type of situation. That's how it feels like. Everyone had to be lovey-dovey. A family, don't talk about the abuse. That's right. It's conditioning, right? Very much so. But here's the deal. And this is a question that I have. It didn't start here for Puff. Like, there's no way. When did it start to become this for his enterprise specifically? Because at the end of the day, like, all of these people were employees, right? Cassie was one too. I mean, he was with her romantically, a girlfriend, but she was also an employee. All these other people are employees too. So he kind of like got what's the word? Like, he got everybody. He picked the right people that he can like coerce, I guess. I don't know. I want to see what the Roger Bonds, the D-Rocks, and all these people have to say, if you know what I mean. Okay. So she sends him an email or a message. Why did you send this? He told me to return. He then told me to stay. I couldn't afford the change fee. I told him. Cece says she really need me right now. But of course, I'll do whatever you want. I love you. Who is Cece? Cass. That was her other name, Cass. Cassie Combs. He told me to return and he told me to stay. I couldn't afford the change fees. I told him Cece says she really needs me right now, but of course I'll do whatever you want. I love you. Who is Cece? Cass. Yeah, guys. That is how it rolls. It's crazy. Yeah, but it's like, I have to wonder, listen, when Roger Bond, if they do, I don't know I don't know what's going on here. Like, clearly as far as the security folks, I do want to know. The D-Rocks and all these people who we know are complicit. You know, like we know you're complicit, right? What do you have to say to all of this? How do you respond to all of this? That's the question that I have. What do you have to say to all of this? How do you sleep at night? Especially if all of this was happening under your watch and you were there. How does that happen? I don't get it. I don't get it. I'll never understand that piece, but maybe it's not for me to understand. Okay, let me see. And of course, Suge Knight is trying to make himself relevant through this whole situation. Of course, because he's going to use that and do that to his advantage. No update yet. You said part of the reason why Diddy was able to get away with this is because the industry is a whole functions like this. It's a big open secret. No one talks about it if you want to be part of it. Well, damn. Some of us will never be part of the industry, I guess. I don't know. Thank you. Yes, hit the like button. Thank you guys for being here. Oh man. No update. Let me see what Washington Post is saying. Janice Combs and son are at the courthouse. Of course. You said if this is the industry, I want no part ever. You just have to wonder. I'm good. And how about all the celebrities who possibly witnesses? Well, Pharrell Williams was mentioned. Swiss Beats was mentioned. There's who else? There's more people, by the way, in the enterprise that are mentioned by Mia in the transcripts. So many more people. So I want to say she mentions at least a good 5 or 6 people that she interacted with when all of this was going down, if that makes sense. So yes. What do you have to say to this, and why did they keep their mouths shut for so long? That this is no, you're absolutely right. Usher was mentioned now. You have Prince. They were going to a Prince party. If it wasn't for the fact that Prince's security jumped in because he got Cassie on the floor because they snuck out. If I hear that an adult is sneaking out, the fact that they're using the word sneak out is a red flag for me. Like, nobody should be sneaking out. You're an adult, you know? Okay. Who is CC? Cass. Why did you write that? Because I worked for him. To him, that's all that mattered. Why did you CC Miss Coram? Because I needed an answer. I was in limbo. When you got back from South Africa, where did you work? The office in LA. Okay. I just don't know what immunity would look like for KK. Like, she's got, if they're going to cut, if the defense, by the way, they're trying to cut witnesses from the list on the prosecution side. KK better not get cut. KK better testify. I want to see KK testify. Like, I want to understand where her mindset was. Is she going to flip? Is she going to turn? What is she going to say? What about these security people? No, she doesn't, Miss J. No, she doesn't. None of it whatsoever. All right, we have an update. Did you have less access to Mr. Combs? Much less. Did it make you jobs easier or harder? It made it almost impossible. I needed his okay for everything, but I couldn't get any response from him. How did it make you feel? Defeated. Okay. Yes. Oh, so Vicky says they're cutting the witness list on the prosecution side to streamline it down to only the people that have been mentioned. Oh, so KK's been mentioned multiple times. And those that they actually need to testify. Well, KK, D-Rock, Roger Bonds, insert names. Insert names. It's crazy. You said, because I honestly see subpoenas flying out the door and attorneys scrambling to get some type of proffer for these people. Yeah. You know what's interesting is I have yet, like, since we started, I don't even think Albie Shore has been mentioned in this trial by these people, specifically by the witnesses. Did y'all get that? Has Albie Shore been mentioned at all? No. I haven't heard it. At all. Okay. I'm going to speak for me, but personally, I don't believe that this is the majority of the music industry. I do believe that there are extreme dark sides like this case, but I don't think it's everything. You know what? It might not always be like that. You might actually find, really good people, but I just feel like this is so far and wide, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't know. Everything that I've heard so far is that I've yet to hear somebody have a great experience in the music industry. You know what I mean? Or at least document it. But I think that's just my thought on that. Yeah, I'll be sure shouldn't be mentioned. I know. Good morning, everybody coming through. Wake up. Wake up. Hurry up. Some of y'all are late for court. What is going on? It is Friday, so it is what it is. I stayed up late last night. No, BC. No happy freak off Fridays. No. No. It's too many in the industry. I agree. I wonder if the low budget producer is going to testify. Who's the low budget producer? You said no freak off. I know, Wayne. Tell him, like, listen, no, BC. You on your own on that one. No freak off. No freak off. No. No, we not good. No Aries. No Aries. No. Mm-mm. Keep that energy somewhere else. If I never hear the word freak off again after this case, I'm good. I didn't even know what it was up until recently. She says Stevie J, Meek Mills. Oh God. Hey Lacey. Hey everybody coming through. Oh my God. Y'all, this is crazy. Lord have mercy. No boiled eggs. No. We're not doing that one either. No update yet. Oh, I should have grabbed my chapstick. Yes, Jassy. That video right there is like forever the video that I think about too, honestly. That one. And we referenced it before when he was like, did he do that to his other staff too? Because it wasn't like he was just physically and clearly other staff as well. He was not a good person. Not a good person. Are they gonna? I wonder who they're gonna bring, the defense to speak on his character. I do wonder. Okay. So how did that make you feel? She says defeated. What is this? A note for HR to me. What was the date? March 31st, 2011. Miss Meiser, can you take that document down? I think it needs further retractions. Okay. So the judge is telling the government what was happening. I was suspended without pay. Yeah. She was suspended without pay. Yeah. It's crazy. No, Yanni, somebody said, I forget who said it in the chat the other day. They were like, I don't like this case, but I have to follow it. Like, I can't help but follow this case. That's what they said. Sometimes, Lacey, sometimes I could, there are things that I will 1000% believe, maybe Suge Knight has said, but not all the time. I don't think he's credible all the time. I think that Suge Knight is, especially now that he's like behind bars, and I think his son runs his YouTube channel, and I think it's great, man. They do this little like AI Suge Knight interviews, so like it's his voice, but there's like an AI picture of him or something, and he's giving you like an interview, kind of like in a confessional room, right, with a prison jumpsuit. And he'll say some things. I think Suge Knight has some stories, but I think Suge Knight is also not a good guy either. That's my thought on that. And so I side-eye him a lot on a lot of the things that he says. I don't know if I believe everything that he says. He's a talker. He's a talker. I believe that. You follow because you want to see justice. Yeah, people have said, I'm really tired of hearing about this case. I think part of it too is like when the lawsuits were happening, a lot of people were like, okay, there's like 50, 60, whatever many lawsuits that are coming through, right? The civil side. For me, I'm like, all right, I'm waiting for the criminal case. What's going to happen here? Because honestly, that's going to kind of weigh in. Like the civil lawsuits are important, don't get me wrong, but there's just so much drama with that I'm like, what do we do here? What are we doing here? Why is there so much drama with this? What do you believe? What you don't believe? Then you have Tony Busby, who in my opinion didn't do a good job in any of that. Okay, you have an update. So when she was asked, she received a letter about being suspended without pay. What had happened? The government asked. He came in and didn't see that I have laid all the options out. He started ranting. I tried to point the other options. Who was this with? James Cruz. He worked for Puff in like a managerial role. He asked for tickets. Okay. I feel like we're missing context there. But enter the chat, James Cruz. James Cruz, enter the chat. Now he's another one for Combs as well. For Combs as well. James Cruz, I think we've talked a little bit about him before. If I remember correctly. Thank you, Running Bear. Tell him to hit that like button, please, and thank you. You were shocked by the details coming out. I asked myself, where have I been living under a rock? Well, there's just there have been, in my opinion, when all of this was going down, some of the stuff is like, you know how some people will lie on Diddy. Okay, believe it or not. You don't have to. Don't lie on Diddy. The man is horrible. Like, you know this, but it's like weighing what's like factual to fiction. So this has been a build-up to that, in my opinion. Honestly, it's been a build-up. But I think for me, it's like I got tired of it because it's like, whoa, what's true and what's false? What's true and what's false of all of this? And how the hell did he get away with everything? Like, are we that much of like is that many people really struggling with being able to just stand up and say, I'm not doing this, or this is a no? I don't know. Or is money really like making us do things like this? It just kind of made you wonder. Yeah, you don't have to lie on him. And I've told you all that. That's how I feel. Like, don't lie on Diddy. Like, the facts speak for themselves. He's a horrible person. I'm not mischaracterizing it. This isn't like, oh, he's a great entrepreneur and a this and a that. No, he's a horrible individual. He really is. He's not a good person. Okay. Let's see. Mia says, I wrote back. Puff is currently firing me right now. He wrote back. LOL. I wrote back. No, seriously. Sad face. What is this? The government asked. Email D-Rock to me March 25th, 2011. D-Rock asked, what happened? I wrote, he went batshit crazy about his shirt. His shirt. Mm-mm. It's crazy. He did get the key to the city, so you have to believe the power was building. He got 2 keys, actually. He got the one in Florida, and then he got the one in New York. So, yeah. And do you think Eric Adams is a good guy? I don't think so. Personally. That's just my opinion, though. I don't think he's a good guy. He got 2 keys. But who made that happen? This is what I'm saying. It's like, money can buy you opportunities, places at tables, right? Like, that's what money can do. That's what money does. It buys you opportunity in places. So D-Rock had wrote her an email, and she wrote, he went batshit crazy about his shirt. Where was Puff? So they're reading a message back and forth. With D-Rock going to the doctor and some other errands, I asked D-Rock to give me a heads up before they came back so I could be out of the way. What did HR tell you? Puff wanted me suspended without pay, and they did that. And what is so amazing, too, about Mia in the transcripts, Mia talks about how HR is not your friend. And I told y'all yesterday, I said, when you're in trouble, okay, and I know, you do your reporting and everything, but HR is not in your best interest at all, okay? They're there to protect their assets, themselves. They're there to protect the company, and that's it. They're not there for you. They're not there for you. So that's how they handle stuff. That's how they are. They don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about you. Yeah, D-Rock, and a bunch of people. Let's see. Do we have an update? No. And then CNN says, Combs' former assistant describes tippy-toeing around the rapper. Okay. Mia testified that she emailed Sean Combs a few times asking him to tell her what to do after he threatened her job if she didn't leave South Africa, where she had been with Cassie Ventura while Ventura shot the movie. The fees to change her flight were expensive, she said, so she emailed him that she couldn't afford it herself. She paid for her flights to South Africa with her own money. She wrote in the email, I need to make sure I'm following your instructions correctly, she wrote, and also told him that Ventura was upset and didn't want to leave early. Combs, who didn't respond to the emails, had directed Mia to go with Ventura to South Africa, she testified. She told Combs that she loved him more than once in the email. I want to stay with Cass, but I don't want to make him mad, Mia testified. I'm tiptoeing. That way I would survive. That's the way I would survive. So didn't make him more mad or make him think that I thought what he was doing was wrong. It didn't matter what I wanted or what anyone else wanted. It mattered what he wants, and he was in charge. Oh, man. Mia then government asked, Mia, does this memo document the reasons you were suspended? No. HR told me Puff said I was being insubordinate. Did you get other documents like this from HR? Yes. How did they make you feel? So sad that I did something wrong. That's crazy, man. That's crazy, man. That is sounds like such a stressful environment. But yeah. I mean, definitely gives enterprise. It gives a lot. It gives a lot. Let me see. Okay. Did you continue working for Mr. Combs? Yes. Did you feel like you could leave your job? That wasn't a thought. I had tried to run away before and it didn't work. Did you feel like you could get other jobs? Oh no. He would have made sure. So she couldn't get other jobs. Hmm. All right. Thank you guys. Sorry. I might have to go in and out for a little bit, but not too much. Okay. I mean, we're waiting for updates, so it kind of works. I was scared of him. Okay. Did you feel like you could get other jobs? Oh no, he would have made sure. I was scared of him. When did you try to run away from your job? New Year's 2010 to 2011. Where were you? St. Bart's? Who was there? Me, Puff, Kim, the kids, and some others. Where did you stay? At a yacht at Puff's chartered? Kim Porter? She tried to run away around that time too. And this running away thing is a real thing. Like she couldn't leave, y'all. She could not leave. Um, wow. Sorry, I'm getting messages. It does make you wonder though. Um, what? Where did you hear this? Game time. He's not calling any witnesses? Why wouldn't he do that? That would be a stupid move. You spent all that money on those attorneys? He should have taken a plea deal. But he got too confident. Way too confident. Oh my God. That's crazy. Maybe he's running out of money. He should be calling witnesses, though. He should be calling witnesses. I mean, the defense is going to rest, I think, mid-June. The second week of June, I think they said. Or excuse me, the prosecution is going to rest second week of June, I think they said. Um. Okay. So what did Mr. Combs ask you to do? To count the money in the safe? He yelled I was counting too slow. He chased me out and told me you better learn to walk on water like Jesus, B. Get the F out of here. Whose job was it to count? Security. They're in a freaking yacht. She's not counting money fast enough. And he told her, you better learn to walk on water like Jesus, B. Get the F out of here. Jesus enters the chat. Oh my God. Oh my God. Mia then says, I asked the crew to take me to land, but it was a hurricane or something. I hid on the 3rd floor. Who spoke to you? Kim. She tried to console me and said, don't worry about it. I saw Puff coming towards me. I ran and hid in the crew cabin. Kim Porter. If Kim was alive, what do you think? This would be a whole different thing, don't you think? You think she'd testify everything? He clearly just wanted to abuse Mia. I mean, he saw her as something else. That's crazy, y'all. I ran and hid in the cabin crew. Did the crew take you to land in a tender boat? Yes, but then they got a call and I had to come back. Were you able to leave the country? No, my passport was on the boat. Puff's staff had it. Did you go back to the boat? Yeah. Oh my God. This is like horrible. You cannot make this up. Yes. Jesus came in the chat. He will not be mocked. Let me just say that. He will not be mocked, okay? I'm curious to know if this was the yacht trip where he bought Kim. He broke? Where he bought or broke? When she had that little thing on her face, her nose? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Taz, thank you so much. Is it Tassie Hestos? Tisgestos? You're gonna have to help me pronounce your name. But thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it for the 599. Thank you. He has none. Tisgestos. Tasgestos. Now I want to tell me how to say your name. Break it down in the chat for me so I know how to pronounce it. Please and thank you. I told you guys I stay hooked on phonics. Yeah, he broke her nose. Thank you so much for the support. Why are you cracking up? Because Jesus entered the chat. Jesus entered the chat. He told her you better walk on water. I said, oh man. It's not like she could jump over. I mean, yeah. Let's see. Do we have That's sad, man. And it sounds like Kim was around for a lot of this too. Mia says, I was told to get in the car to go on the plane to Vegas with Puff. In the car, could you hear Puff's call? He was telling his chief of staff I needed to be suspended, making up a story. I didn't get to finish. He yelled, shut the F up. I don't get it, man. Nobody intervened here. Nobody intervened here. You know what's so crazy to me is that if they're HR, they have, like, there's licensing for certain things in HR. There's training. There's you specialize in things in HR, and none of these people did shit. None of them. It's crazy, man. Crazy. I don't know. He wanted people around him he could control. Right, Gina? No one ever intervened. I'm telling you, Rabbit, them pills and alcohol can turn into a different person for better or worse. Shoot, I would have been praying for Puff to have been sedated all the time. Give him a tranquilizer or something. Something to keep him asleep. But yeah. Well, Nash did. I will say that. The fact that he jumped over, I mean, he still hung around and he still had a relationship, but he's the only one that, and so did she, by the way. She does defend herself to a certain degree, but he takes her down physically, mentally. He takes her down all the time. But she does defend herself, and then he calls her insubordinate. If you know what I mean. But that situation with the product and her not being able to change her monthly product, oh no. That took me out. I was like, no. A dark picture. This is what Washington Post is writing. Hold up. A dark picture of the culture at Sean Combs' companies is emerging as his former assistant, testifying under the pseudonym Mia to protect her privacy, reads allowed text messages demanding that she call Combs immediately, or HR messages suspending her for minor infractions. It totally helped, but he's firing me at that moment. Mia texted one of Combs' manager after she purchased the wrong workout gear for her boss. LOL, the manager responded. Mia said that she was suspended without pay for the incident. Stupid, man. Suspended without pay. You kidding me, man? Sorry, y'all. We got an update. You left Mr. Combs' companies in 2017. Yes. I spoke with Brian Offutt. We were editing the Bad Boy documentary. I was producing that. What did Brian tell me or tell you? That Mr. Combs wanted to end Revolt Films. The company was going away. Wow. Give me one sec, guys. Okay. And she wanted to get into film and everything too. So this was a huge thing for her, having an opportunity with working with Revolt and stuff like that. She says, how did you feel? The government asked. I think I saw snot coming out of my nose for a while. I was worried. I had been told Revolt Films was the only company that had made money that year. How did you feel? That I had done something wrong. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think she means that she was crying. I mean, that's typically what that means. It's crazy, y'all. I'm like, I don't know. Just if this is what was happening in Combs Enterprise, just imagine what the other enterprises look like. I mean, it looks like this is not a really regulated type of business. Oh my gosh. Hold up. Let me shout out somebody. I'm not going to say your name, but thank you so much for the donation on the transcripts. Thank you. Shout out to you, my love. If you're in the chat, you send me a PayPal. Transcripts, good work, Rabbit. Thank you. Appreciate it. It was a PayPal. Thank you. Oh, and I forgot to put that on the description box. Y'all be forgetting stuff. Hold up. But let me catch up. How did you feel? That I had done something wrong, she responds. What did Brian say? That they would work out severance, but it was the holidays. Did you speak to anyone else? KK, I had a little bit of time to horrifically process what had happened. KK said, "You're still working on the documentary." Okay. No update yet. Hmm? Did you see Kevin Costner getting sued for grape scene in the movie? Yes, Paige. I haven't been able to talk about it, but I did see that. Ugh, I would like to see what happened exactly. I've been busy, y'all. I've been busy. But thank you. Now hold up. I wanted to do something real quick here. Copy. Let me pin this. Pin message. There you go. I just watched the trailer of New Jack City and I think Diddy's worse. Oh, my nose is itchy. Okay. So Mia had said, KK, I had a little bit of time to horrifically process what had happened. KK said, "You're still working on the documentary." Government asked, "Did you?" "Yes, until March or April." "What did you do after it?" "Cried myself to sleep. I ignored all the calls." Did you have a conversation? Did you have conversations with Cassie after? "I could never tell who was with or without Puff, so I didn't respond." Hmm. So her being kind of worried, she didn't respond, I'm assuming. Oh my gosh. James, I see you in chat. Thank you, James. I just got, thank you for this donation for transcripts. I appreciate it. Thank you, James. And Robin, thank you again. There you are, James. I see you. I'm like, I know you're here. Thank you. I just got it from PayPal. Sorry, y'all. It takes me a minute to get the notifications on PayPal. Thank you. Let's see. You said revolt, to rise in rebellion, or to cause to feel disgust. I think he did more of the latter. You're crazy, man. Okay, Mia says, KK and Puff couldn't believe I would go against him. I had gotten an employment attorney. KK said Puff couldn't believe it. Did you get paid? After 9 months of my attorney proposed a mediation. They asked for like 10 million. Um, Word of advice, if you find yourself in an HR situation, hire an attorney. That is the smartest thing you could do if you have the money to do so. Even smarter, marry. You said what's even smarter is marrying one, an attorney. That's funny. Okay. Who came up with that figure? My lawyers. Did you bring up the violent incidents? A few of them. I feel like I was doing something horrible. I was breaking the idea of confidentiality, telling secrets. I felt wrong and shameful. Okay. Um this is what the defense is going to do. Y'all want me to tell you because I read the transcripts? Um Mia didn't disclose the essay until after she had hired an attorney She had already met with the government. She hired her own attorneys afterwards and spoke to her attorneys, and then disclosed the essay. She didn't disclose the essays, the multiple events in the first meeting with the government. So the defense is going to come in and basically say, you didn't say it here, but you're saying it now. You didn't say it here, but you're saying it now. Just so people are aware. I peeped that on the transcripts. So very likely that she says it. She didn't mention it because she didn't want to talk about it. But she hired her attorney, and then that's when and witnesses that are working with the feds should hire an attorney because you just never know. You should be careful. So Mia says, a few of them, I feel like I was doing something horrible. I was breaking the idea of confidentiality, telling secrets. I felt shameful. I felt wrong and shameful. Did you bring up the essay? Oh no, I was going to die with that. How much did you receive? 200,000. My lawyers got that much too. What was it for? Bonuses. I hadn't been paid and out of pocket. She was promised this bonus and she never got bonuses for all the crap that she endured. Okay, we have an update. Would you return the money to have this never happened? Objection from Brian Steele. Overruled. Oh, absolutely. Do you have any other lawsuits against Mr. Combs? No. Okay. Okay. Oh my God. Hold up. I got to shout somebody out and I got to be careful. I don't want to say names here. I'm going to call you Theo. Theo. Okay. Thank you, Theo, for the donation. I got it from PayPal. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. I just got the message. I just don't want to say full names or anything like that. That's why I'm like, PayPal. Thank you. Did you contact Mr. Combs again when Kim died and what Andre Harrell died? Did you tell him you loved him in these messages? Yes. That's how I would speak to him. Are you aware of Cassie's lawsuit? Yes, November 2023. Okay. You said order in the chat. This is interesting. Hey, Greek lady. Hey, everybody coming through. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Okay. Have you ever spoken with Cassie since the suit? Yes. We talked a lot, then not. We both hide from our phones in the depression thing. Then a few days ago, just personal stuff. I love yous. Did you speak about your testimonies? Oh no. She says they didn't speak about the testimonies. Sorry, y'all. The prosecution's getting ahead of the defense. These are the things that they're going to ask. Yes, they are. Absolutely. 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 But like I said, there's so much in Mia's testimony, and I'm editing this video, so please note that there's going to be a lot more to this. We stayed up late last night, even after I was live for like an hour, but we stayed up late last night and we were editing, so that's good. Tony, thank you so much for this. I appreciate it. I got a message. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate the support. Thank you. Let me put a little heart. Thank you. And Theo, thank you again. Thank you, Theo, again on the Cash App as well. Thank you. I don't know why my PayPal notifications always come late, and so do Venmo. Venmo, I don't know. It's like they don't really. They don't like me on Venmo. Okay, we have an update. No updates. Even CNN is behind on their updates. I'm a little like, wow. Okay. I'm telling you, having the transcripts is a little bit different than like actually like reading some of this. I just feel like we're missing a lot of context, and I've said that before. Okay. After the suit in November of 2023, did anyone contact you? Yes, D-Rock. He was like my big brother. He said, "How are you? What did you respond?" D-Rock. Why all the exclamation points? Because I love exclamation points and D-Rock. Oh. I do a lot of exclamation points too. Yes, I do. Mm-mm-mm. Thank you. Yes, Pika. Thank you. Definitely make a difference. But I have a lot of catching up to do, guys. So I am a little behind. I mean, because I'm going live and I'm, reporting live. But yeah, there's just so much. I'm telling you, like, they're very important. So I appreciate you guys helping out. Females tend to use exclamation points more than men. I know. I do all the time. A lot of my messages have exclamation points. For sure. Yeah, I would say, like you said, this girl kind of goofy. I'm sorry. Well, no, I write an exclamation points. A lot of my messages are like that. So maybe I'm a little goofy like that too. You do? Yeah. I fell asleep to me reading the transcripts. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Sylvia, I do have a Venmo. It's tagged on the chat if you want to use it. Thank you. So Sylvia was talking about, I don't know, man, you put me to sleep when you read. So I was like, well, maybe I need to maybe I should do audibles or ASMR. You never know. Okay. Mia says, because I love exclamation points and D-Rock. I understood D-Rock was no longer with Puff. He and his wife had a restaurant in Poconos. He wrote, I'm about to call you. What date? November 30th, 2023. Did D-Rock call you? Yes. What happened on the call? Objection from Brian Steele. Objection from Brian Steele. So the yacht incident. Combs' ex-assistant describes being kicked off a yacht for counting money too slowly. Yeah, man. I count money slowly because I don't want to mess up. I don't want to be accused of stealing money. So this was in St. Barth's for New Year's Eve 2010 to 2011. And he told her, you better learn to walk on water like Jesus, B. Get the F out of here. So Mia hid on a boat away from Combs before she eventually got a crew member to take her to shore. When she got there, the yacht crew radioed saying Combs wanted her back on the boat. Mia testified she didn't want to obey Puff's orders. Okay. And plans quickly changed after Combs threatening Mia's job, said she had to go with him to a jet to Las Vegas. Mia testified she thought she would be fired, so she went. Wow, it's crazy. Do we have an update? We do. Okay. So Steele objects. Judge says, ask again. What did he say? Government continues. Overruled. He started with personal stuff. Then he said the news is crazy. It wasn't like that. It was normal fighting. What was it? Absolutely not. D-Rock said Puff misses you. He implied everyone agreed. Confused. I immediately thought, oh my God. Objection from Steele. Judge says grounds non-responsive. Okay, let me go back a little bit. So she finds D-Rock and I guess they call D-Rock and his wife open a restaurant in the Poconos, okay? And D-Rock and her have a phone conversation. Government asks what happened. Steele objects. Judge says ask again. What did he say? I guess there was another objection. Judge says overruled. He started with personal stuff. Then he said the news is crazy. And I'm assuming the news would be the Puff news. It wasn't like that. It was normal fighting. Government says, was it? Mia says, absolutely not. D-Rock said Puff misses you. He implied everyone agreed. Okay. I immediately thought, oh my God. Okay, there's another objection. Grounds non-responsive. Okay. And then there's a sidebar. And then there's a sidebar. We're on a sidebar now. I don't know. Did D-Rock want to go back to Diddy? Is that what I'm hearing? Hold up. Let me shout somebody out. That's what I want to know. Kirsten, thank you so much for the Venmo. Thank you, Kirsten. I just got it. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you, Kirsten. I think you asked in the chat. I think that might have been you. Thank you. It sounds like they started the witness. Sounds like the start of witness tampering. What do y'all think? Another sidebar. Absolutely. Get your sidebar. Get your drinks. It is Friday. It's Friday. And it's Eastern time. So it's what, 10:39 over there? Why do they love D-Rock when he didn't help him? That's the question. Let me ask you guys a question, right? Like, with Puffy doing what he was doing, okay? Oh, and they're back. Well, that was the short. I can't even get into it. And they're back. Where did D-Rock say he was? That he just landed in Miami. He was going to be at Puff's. He was going to take care of Christian. D-Rock said, maybe you could say something. How did you respond? I pretended I talked to Puff. Okay. So they're back from a sidebar. And if I'm understanding this correctly, D-Rock and Mia have a conversation about everything that's happening. It sounds like D-Rock is still good with Puffy. At least that's what it sounds like. And where did D-Rock say he was? That he just landed in Miami. He was going to be at Puff's. So D-Rock is still talking to Puffy in 2023. And that everything that's happening is crazy. So this relationship with D-Rock and Puffy was still existent, even though he wasn't there and he opened a restaurant in the Poconos, okay? And he was going to be at Puff. He was going to take care of Christian. D-Rock said, maybe you could say something. How did you respond? I pretended I talked to Puff. So Mia pretended that she was talking to Diddy. Like everything was fine. to not alert him about it? That's what it was. That's what I'm trying to understand. So, I mean, Mia couldn't tell D-Rock, like, hey, like, this is how I feel about this guy. This is what I'm thinking, right? Did you want to? Okay. So Mia said, I pretended to talk. I pretended I talked to Puff. Did you want to? No, I was scared. He called me right after D-Rock. How did you react? I threw my phone behind the couch and ran out. Why? It was just so triggering. Did you hear from D-Rock again? Yes. Oh, shit. He was like, she's like, no, we're not. No. Mm-mm. Mm. That's crazy. That's crazy, y'all. That's well, just imagine. Because what are the chances that some of these people are? I mean, clearly some of the security guys or some people didn't leave in bad terms with Diddy, even though they were there to cover up his F shit. But to be then like triggered, like, oh man, that's crazy. That's crazy. You're saying is witness tampering? That's an issue that the defense is going to raise, don't you think? That's an issue that the defense is going to raise. That's for sure. Yep. And think about it. Think about it. By that time, the government was already looking at him. The defense is going to raise this as an issue. The defense is going to say, no, you have been, this is what you've been doing. These security guys, because, I mean, did D-Rock ever do an interview? Let's see. What did D-Rock write? Okay, hold up. So she said, did you hear from D-Rock again? Yes. What did D-Rock write? That your boy doesn't want you to do anything, just to talk. I didn't want to. I just wanted it to go away. What then did D-Rock write to you? He wrote, I can't believe you're not hitting me back. It was February 22nd, 2024. So by then, let's see. Did D-Rock ever do like an interview? Like it wasn't like what's the word? Like Gene Deal, you know what I mean? D-Rock. Did D-Rock ever do an interview? Let me see. I don't see any interviews with this guy. I mean, he did an interview with Hot 97 about his time with talking about Biggie stories. But nothing else. Nothing on Diddy. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That's crazy. Puff definitely used D-Rock as bait for Mia. He knew how close she was to him. Yeah, that's what it's giving. But it's also like, was there witness tampering? That's the question. She says that there wasn't. Okay. So then Mia said, he wrote, I can't believe you're not hitting me back up. It was February 22nd, 2024. I knew he wouldn't stop, so I wrote back. I was scuba diving all day and didn't have my phone on the boat. Was that true? No, I told D-Rock I called Puff, but there was no answer. I wanted to play neutral. So she lied to D-Rock and said that she had been talking to Puff. Shit. Literally, if you go and you just see what's going on, you don't see any, like, there's no interviews out there on this at all. Oh, man. Hmm. You think because she had been talking to the feds to get more info, in my opinion, by then? Damn. Damn. Do you guys think that Puffy or Diddy was using D-Rock as bait? Maybe that's a question I can ask you guys. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Do you believe that at this point in 2024, Puff used D-Rock to bait Mia? Yes or no? Let me know and hit the like button, please, and thank you. You think it's bait? I definitely. It was giving that. And this is in 2024, 2023. We're talking about 2 years within that time frame. You think that it shows that she was willing to be dishonest? I wasn't going to tell, like, I'm listen, that would probably be the time that a lie would probably save you. That would probably be the time that a lie would save you. I'm be honest with you. Cause it's like, damn, like I don't want them to think that I'm, but at the same time, it's like you have to kind of play it cool. Like this is an environment that they're in, you know? Yeah, like it's entrapment, unfortunately. I would say so. Okay, so let me tell y'all, let me tell you what CNN is saying, okay? While we wait. Former employee reached out to Combs after the mother of 3 of his children died. Okay, so that was her. She reached out to Diddy. And I think, did y'all notice the theme? Because it wasn't just Mia, George Kaplan, David James. People were reaching out to Diddy after Kim Porter died. Okay, with condolences and whatnot. She had passed away. I felt so terrible for him and his family. Mia said that Cassie Ventura's Combs' former girlfriend still kept in touch, but the frequency of their conversation varied. She said that they last spoke on the phone about a month ago and most recently texted a few days ago. She confirmed they have not discussed their testimony on this case. And I'm sure they could probably, I don't know, pull some of this conversation as well. Okay. All right. So, I told D-Rock I called Puff, but there was no answer. I wanted to play neutral. D-Rock asked, government says, D-Rock asked, how can I send you something? What did you think he meant? Money? I said, no, I'm always ready to help y'all out. He wrote, I'm allowed to send my sister a gift. Did he? No. What do you guys think of that? D-Rock asks, how can I help you? How can I send you something? What did you think he meant? Money. I said, no, I'm always ready to help y'all out. He wrote, I'm allowed to send my sister a gift. Did he? No. You said a setup? You said setup? Look at this. I'm looking at the poll. 90% believe that this was. Do you believe that at this point in 2024, Puff used D-Rock to bait Mia? 91% said yes. 9% said no. Yeah, he said sister. Looking for her location? Oh, yeah. You think it's a setup for real? That's and that's unfortunate because it's like they wouldn't be brother and sister, quote unquote, if it wasn't for the fact that it was through Diddy's enterprise, right? Okay, we have an update. What did you think D-Rock was trying to do? Find out for Puff if I was a threat. Did Mr. Combs text you in February of 2024? Yes, he did. Called me when you have 10 minutes. Love. And this one, February 7, 2024, he said, I need my memory jogged. Get, oh, no. No. Y'all remember when Diddy was going crazy and he was like calling people, intimidating people, doing different things? There you go. Okay, I have a question. If I get green highlights, will the green screen mess up? I want to know. Just saying. Side note. I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, if I get green highlights, would the green screen mess up? I gotta retouch my hair. I have a question. Why didn't she change her number after she got away from him? That's a good question. Well, did she? I mean, did he reach out to her through social media? Kind of made you wonder. Seems like nowadays it's easier to get a hold of people, even people that you don't necessarily want to talk to anymore because of social media. Okay, so Diddy had sent her a text in February of 2024. And he said, yes, he said, call me when you have 10 minutes, love. And then he sent her another one on February 7th. So you know how he is. He kind of like sends messages over. If you don't answer, he's going to message you constantly. And he said, I need my memory jogged. Okay. Did you respond? Mia said, no. I didn't want anything to do with him. He was the person I was traumatized by. I knew that this was a front. Was this the last message? I think so. I got some objection from Steele. Sustain. And you know, okay, I got to find out the timeline of when she started talking to the feds. I think I could find this. Did she say, when did you meet with the government? Oh, I'm going to have to find that. Her first meeting with the government. She had already met with the government by then, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Hey, Robin, thank you. Appreciate it. And Sue, thank you. Oh my goodness, y'all are amazing. Thank you guys. I'm definitely gonna need some caffeine. And it's the rabbit husband's birthday this weekend, so we gotta celebrate. So I'm gonna be working, of course. I probably won't be doing any lives this time for sure. But it is the rabbit's husband's birthday this weekend, so we gotta treat him for sure. So thank you. Sue, for when you say whatever you need. Thank you. Appreciate it. The rest are going to be for transcripts for sure. I'm just kind of saving because like transcripts are every day. So, we're working our way and we'll figure things out. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Smitty. Thank you. Let's see. You like the purple? I know, but I was thinking, I was like, if I highlight my hair green, the green screen it's gonna show the green screen, if you know what I mean. So they had sustained this. Nothing else. Okay. The former Sean Combs assistant testifying under the pseudonym Mia said that she kept a bit more than half of $400,000 settlement he paid her after she quit, with her lawyers taking the rest. Asked if she would give it back to erase the abuse she endured, and she said absolutely in a second. Wow. Money can buy you a lot of things, but it can't buy you peace of mind, and it can't buy you peace of mind. It can't buy you time. Think about it. We need the sidebar green. I know, right? We need a green sidebar. Wouldn't you guys agree? Money can, think about things like it can't undo the trauma. Absolutely. Yeah, it just can't. It doesn't buy you time or peace of mind. I would agree. No, especially that's not even like if you think about all the work that she was doing, salary wise, didn't even get that. She didn't even get. She should have gotten compensated a lot more than that. You know, you had green hair in high school. My oldest dyed his hair dark blue, and if you dye your hair dark blue, it turns green. So I'm glad I didn't do the green, or the dark blue. I thought about the dark blue, but I didn't do it. Okay. So Steele objected. Judge says sustained. Government says, do you work now? No, I suffered from complex PTSD. Sidebar. Okay, so they have a sidebar from the judge. What are your symptoms? Mia says, misinterpreting emails. Someone calls my name from across the room. All the feelings of getting in trouble come flooding back. I triple guess myself. And by the way, I did find out because of the transcripts that Mia has a bachelor's degree. So she's somebody that came with an education to Combs Enterprise. Is there two different colors to my hair? Purple and light purple. I have a little bit of both. And then I have a little bit of what's the word? I forgot the name of the a pearl color to it. So I have two different colors on. I do. But I'm gonna get a touch up, and this time it's just gonna be dark, but y'all can see it's growing out, so I have to be able. I need a touch up for sure, and it's not just here on the front. I got them all over the place too, but y'all can see that too much. But yeah, if you tie your, I was thinking about dyeing my hair midnight blue, but my son, my oldest, dyed it, and it turned green. I think after a month, like it just turns green. So keep that in mind. I would be careful with the. It's a beautiful color, but you have to keep up with it. At the very least, with this purple, all I have to do is get the color, and I leave it on for a good hour, and then it touches it up. I definitely need a touch up though. It's a little bit easier to manage one solid color like this. Oh man. Hey, Franny. To Prince, purple. That's right. It's one of my favorite colors. Purple and gold. And then I also like blue. I have a thing about blue. You know what, Sue? That's a good point. Like Mia getting through her testimony is like, it's a lot. Okay. I think we have an update. So, misinterpreting emails, someone calls my name from across the room. So, she's talking about her symptoms of complex PTSD. Okay. And then government asks, who caused it? Puff. Break. Well, there you go. There's a break. There's a breaky break. It is a horror. I'm telling you, I have a lot of editing to do, but Mia's story is just like horrific, man. Like I don't know. Like, you know, some of those civil lawsuits, they really stand out, but Mia's story specifically on the criminal level, like this is at the criminal level that they're saying all of this has happened, right? And it makes you wonder, what do they have in evidence? What do they have? Like what's going on? I have a lot of questions, you know? I do. But there's things that, like, this is a woman who, from what I've gathered, she got her bachelor's degree, 24, 26, and she's like, I'm going to go to New York. She's like, and I quote, I'm going to put my mattress on top of my car and then just travel to New York and make this dream happen. She dreams about being in film and producing and, script writing, those kinds of things, right? Being in the movies. And she finds herself with like being personal assistant to some of these celebrities like Mike Myers and some other ones. And then, she gets herself into Combs Enterprise, and it is a lot of interviews, a lot of grueling things. She wants to impress the boss. She wants to do all of this. She's young. She's in her 20s. And the boss is a tyrant, you know? There's other assistants, there's other people around, and they can't even keep assistants. They're constantly, she at one point she was the only one doing everything for everybody. And then when she would find somebody, she couldn't even get a day off. So what she got as far as settlement, nothing compared to what she was actually owed, I would say. Nothing compared to that at all. It's literally just pennies, and it's like, I don't know. Her guard was down after Mike Myers. I mean, and Mike Myers was, I guess, he would just ask her to walk the dog and everything, but nothing like with Diddy, nothing with, and it wasn't like people were oblivious. They knew what was up. Everybody. They had a group text message. To me, that says everything. Everything. Yes, that's why I said I can't dye my hair green or dark blue. That's what I was talking about. You said, I truly hope that he didn't sell all those videos in the dark web. Well, it makes you wonder. And then he tried to intimidate her, in many, many ways. He tried it. He really did with her. So I don't know. If you're sacrificing your safety, your mental health, or your value just to get ahead, that's not ambition. That's self-abandonment. Yeah. And unfortunately, I think that maybe the 5 people weren't really aware of what that is. I think it takes people time to kind of get to that place where they realize that enough is enough. Have you guys ever been in situations, whether it's in a relationship or a work environment or a friendship, where you're just like, enough is enough? Like, I'm out. Like, I've taken enough. Enough is enough. But sometimes people stay in situations like this because it's like the mission is bigger. You know what I mean? The mission is definitely bigger. Yes, in hindsight. And I agree, Tony, on this. It's definitely in hindsight. Give it like for example, Scientology, right? These Scientology people think that they're saving the world. That their mission is to save the world. Imagine having that on your shoulders. The world and the people in it. And some of these people, like, you're like, really? And people fall prey into this all the time, one way or another, whether it be Scientology or hip hop and R&B, the culture, whatever it may be. People fall prey to things. Nobody's above that. What they say, addiction doesn't discriminate. It's very similar. You find yourself in situations like this, and maybe there's a trait in you that makes you vulnerable to things like this. That's about anything. Jeremy, I think they'll have time at the very end today to try to cross-examine her. Mia's going to be back on Monday. I get the sense that she'll be back on Monday. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I think, like, this is why I think we have to have a little bit of grace. Because I sure as hell have found myself in situations that I was like, I thought I was doing something bigger than me, and then it turns out that it's detrimental, that it's not healthy, that it's affecting me, my family, or other folks. Like, yeah. And I think that there's opportunity for grace. Now, are we going to have questions? Oh, absolutely. Because I still have questions. I'll tell you, like, I questioned this part and this part. One of the questions that I had before reading the transcripts was, is this woman educated? Does she have an education? What's her education? What's her background? Like, where's she coming from? Who is she? And then come to find out, she said something in the transcripts that told me a little bit about her. The way she saw Diddy, kind of like her dad, right? Like, not the same age, because they're not, but some, like, an older adult. And if you have that concept, of like, you respect your older adults, You tend to be a little bit more gentle on how you approach things with older adults, even when they're violating you, even when they're violating your boundaries. You know what I mean? So it's like, and I can understand this. When I was raised with like, you raise your elders. You respect your elders. The elders go first. It's the elders that do different things, and the elders will disrespect the shit out of you and break your boundaries and make you feel some type of way. You know what I mean? So yeah, like I get very aggy because that's a cultural thing, that's a generational thing. You respect your elders. You listen to your elders. You got to understand where the elders are coming from. And I still share a little bit of that. But one thing that I learned after I was off of that, like the elders don't get to disrespect me. The elders can get the hands too verbally if they disrespect me. And I got to a point where that's what it was. You know what I mean? But I understood that point where she said, Combs was older than her and she still wanted to respect his authority one way or another, even though he was violating her boundaries. And I think a lot of us can attest to that. You probably have had an older person in your area that you sense a level of respect for, but they might have violated your boundaries. But at some point, that elder can get the hands verbally too, and physically if it ever gets to that point. But I'm just saying, I'm just saying. So I think like we don't know what we don't know. But are we going to have questions? Oh, absolutely. I'm here for the questions. Are you? See what I'm, so you can relate. I think a lot of us can relate, right? Um, exactly. And I had to learn that. I think, like I said, Latino, um, I was reading some literature about this, and I was like, there is so much about well, you respect this and and you take it. And I remember taking a lot of shit from elders until I couldn't, until I snapped. And I was like, oh no, oh no. You know, your tia, your aunties, your uncles that always visited every year on Christmas, but they always got shit to say about how you look, your weight, your height, making you feel some type of way or breaking your physical boundaries about certain things, giving, their thoughts about the things that you're doing or not doing, or if you're married or you're not married, or if you're having sex or kids and all this other stuff. And then I finally got to a point where I was like, oh, fuck that. No. And then, yeah, then verbally, the elders got the hands too. I had to put people in their place. And it wasn't until years later when they kind of came around and actually apologized for breaking those boundaries that I realized I'm not wrong. I wasn't wrong for feeling like I was violated verbally this way, or you made me feel this way about my weight or my height, or you made me feel less than, or I wasn't Mexican enough, or I wasn't this or that or the other. So I completely relate to that piece, but it takes a minute for us to get there, um it's weird, but and I mean that wholeheartedly. I think that everybody has their time in their moment where they go through things like this. And when it happens within your own family, it hits a little bit different. It hits a little bit different. Um but yes, yes, yes. Let's see. Are y'all okay? Let me know in the chat while we waiting in the break. I think hold up. Yeah, his co-conspirators should be too, but they all claim victim now. They can be both, Jeremy. You can be both a co-conspirator and a victim. Yeah. Cassie is an unindicted co-conspirator, but she's still a victim. She's a victim. You can do both. Actually, I think that's where the immunity piece comes in, and they realize they didn't know that they were committing a crime or that this was a crime. Even Cassie said that in her testimony. Do you believe that there's only one? In a lot of human trafficking rings, sex trafficking rings, typically you have somebody who's head, and then there's people like the people on the bottom are the recruiters, and they're recruiting people, right? They can be both. They can be a recruiter, an unindicted co-conspirator, and a victim, and it takes some time to kind of get there. So yeah, you could be both. It's not like they're playing one. They're likely both. And because, and I bet you, and I've said it before, it's likely that Cassie didn't even want to testify. But because she found herself in this situation, she had no choice. And if I was her, I probably would be doing the same. Did she know her willingness, that she was participating in a crime? That's the question. And a lot of these people, did they know what they were doing? So you can do both. You can be both and not even realize it. Yeah, hold up. Let's see what CNN is saying. So the scene inside the courtroom, this is what CNN is saying. Mia's demeanor on the stand is still guarded. During her testimony, her head is bowed down, with part of her hair almost visibly features of her face. Long bangs past her eyes, shielding from view. I thought they had like a privacy thing for her. Sean Diddy Combs blew a kiss to his mother, who was seated in the second row behind him with her sons and sisters. What the hell? The definition of unbothered. Blowing a kiss. Was he doing this too? Or was it like this? Or like, how do the kids do it nowadays? I don't know. They do this. I don't know. Oh, man. Oh, man. So they get away with all the crimes for testifying, and then Sean gets found not guilty and everyone walks. I didn't write the rules. Who wrote the rules? So he can blow a kiss to his loved ones now. So he can't. I never say he couldn't blow a kiss. Damn, Jerome. Are you okay? Jerome. Are you okay? Are you okay? Who said he can't do that? I said this is what he was doing, and the kids are doing this. Jerome. See, I typically allow people in my chat, like whatever, if they believe that there's guilt or not, but don't be an asshole. He can do that. Like he can do whatever. Come on, Jerome. Oh my God. Jerome. Come on now, Jerome. Keep it cute. Keep it cute. Okay? You said Janice threw the Molotov cocktail. Now, that we don't know. I will say that I don't feel like they proved that. The arson piece, my opinion, I don't think the arson has been proven. That's just my thought on that. Oh my God. I know. I don't think it's a good look. Okay. Well, I'm like, Jerome, sit down. Let's sit down. Okay. And let's just have some, like a conversation, but just keep it cute. Okay. It's all good. It better be all good. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. I think we have an update. Hold up. Are we back? They're back. Okay. So judge says, Mr. Steele, get it together. All right. Mr. Steele, you can put the binders on the juror's chair. Miss Smizer, do you have objections? The government speaks. There's an exhibit that we are requesting hearsay retractions to. We can hash it out. Okay, the judge says, put the binders on the chairs. Okay, they're still kind of talking about stuff here. I wonder how Steele is going to handle this cross. I do wonder about that. I wonder about that. You said Jerome needs a hug. Come on, Jerome. Like, I get where you're coming from, but come on, keep it cute. Like, I want to be able to have conversations with people that agree that Diddy is innocent and don't agree. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm saying. If y'all are here on an agenda, I don't know if this is going to be the chat for you, but let's keep it cute. I do want a Snickers. Actually, a Snickers sounds really good right now. I would be down. You said maybe not a Tootsie Roll. Keep your guys' Tootsie Rolls. But a Snickers? All right, then. We can do a Snickers. But I don't want Tootsie Rolls. I don't want applesauce. Who else? Heinz ketchup. Even though I love ketchup on everything, I don't want any of that. All right? Keep all that to yourselves. We don't want, no applesauce. No. Mm-mm. Yeah. You had a Snickers earlier? It's too early for chocolate, at least for me. You said, I think, Rabbit, I think that if a man told me that he was going to have me look on Craigslist and find a man to pay him to have S with me, I would know that wasn't right and that was a crime, says Egyptian. Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like maybe that would have been a good question for Cassie. Did she ever have an inclination that what was happening was a crime? You know? Because here I can understand that side of her being like, well, I'm just trying to please my guy. You know, he's into this, voyeurism type of situation. You know, like when did she realize that this? Because at some point she did say, like, then I realized this was illegal. To me, that would have been like, well, knowledge, right? She should have stopped right then and there. But at some point she realized it. And I think that's why she's cooperating. Because first of all, she's not trying to go to jail. She just had a baby, you know? But when people say, who decides that at some point you don't become a victim? When you walked into a situation without knowledge and also sounds like being victimized one way or another. I don't think she realized that. And I think it took her a minute to kind of wake up from that. If you know what I mean. Hold up. Oh, okay. Thank you, Storm. Your nephew did a green screen on St. Patrick's Day? On the shirt? So no on the green hair? Oh my God, that's crazy. Oh, that's not good. All those pictures. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, I'm not going to do green hair because of the green screen. You said, okay, you have a good day too, Jerome. Shout out to y'all, drop some hearts for Jerome. Jerome, you have a great day. All right. Have a good day. I'm assuming you're working. You know what I mean? Shout out to you, Jerome. Okay. Did you guys hit the like button, please? Are the likes liking? Let me know. Can we get to 500 likes, please? Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. She did say that. She said that she found out that these were crimes. Absolutely. Oh my God. That's funny. All right. Do we have an update yet? Come on. No. New York Times headline tomorrow. Sales of Tootsie Rolls, applesauce, glides, and baby oil take a dive amid a mogul trial. However, frozen meat sales skyrocket. Oh my God, frozen meat. I don't want to hear anything about frozen meats. I forgot about that guy. That guy I don't like. I mean, he's trying to make a business out of all of this. I guess you can't really knock him or be mad about it. Don't give no kids Tootsie Rolls this year for Halloween. Yeah, the Tootsie Rolls out. That's too much. You said I work at Aldi's and now I side-eye the applesauce. The Heinz ketchup. Oh my God. There's just so many products that have been ruined by this trial for me. Turkey meat. What else? I can't help it. It's just how it is. It is what it is. Oh, maybe. Let's see. Do we have an update, guys? Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Shout out to everybody coming through. Yeah, the Punisher is another person. I don't know how I feel about the Punisher. I mean, is the Punisher like, do you guys feel like he was dropping the fact that he was going to be writing a book during the trial? And I said, that is so tacky, but do you, Punisher? Yeah, I don't want to talk about duckies. I don't want anything about Johnson & Johnson. I mean, the baby oil was enough. Then they brought all these other products. That was too much. You forgot about the duckies? I remember finding the duckies there and I said, oh, no, he doesn't have duckies in there. Things to avoid buying over the weekend. Maybe we need to make a list and then post it up. Yeah, no. That's what I got to say about that. That's what I got to say. Yeah. Wayne's like, yeah, whatever you guys do, just leave the mayonnaise alone. Don't mention mayonnaise. We don't want to hear about mayonnaise. Anything with mayonnaise, leave it alone. That's it. You know? Spaghetti, there's that one. Oh, that's spaghetti. So in the lawsuit, yeah, he throws spaghetti at her. He threw I told you guys he threw a bucket of ice at her. Yeah. The bucket and the ice. And it was one of those metal buckets with the ice on it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. If the trial ruins tacos for you, you're gonna be mad. I'm telling you, that day that I wanted a taco so bad, I had a chimichanga and it was delicious. I had a chimichanga and I was like, oh my God, this is exactly what I wanted. Anyways, okay, back. Here we go. All rise. Get it together. Judge, cross-examination. Okay. Oh my God, we're at cross now. Okay. So the government has rested. Here we go. Cross-examination. Oh man, by Brian Steele. Because of Sean Combs, you suffered a great deal, right? Right. Just seeing him call your number made you throw your phone? True? True. He knew, he made you do things that are unthinkable. Yes. Oh man. Brian Steele. Okay. All right. At least it's not Agnifilo, but it's Brian Steele. Okay. And I'll tell y'all why later. Brian Steele says, making you sleep in a room with a lock and coming in and violating you in the most unthinkable way. True? True. You said that Sean Combs' conduct was the worst thing that ever happened to you, right? Yes. Look at the notebook. What notebook? What notebook? Oh my God. Here we go. Here we go. Wow. CNN update, Mia's back on the stand, and defense attorney Brian Steele is starting the cross-examination. The thing about Agnifilo that I'm noticing every time he talks, he like makes a sentence and then inserts another sentence, and it's so hard to read sometimes. So Brian is a little bit easier on the transcript. I'm just saying. Here we go. Yeah, where is he? Well, he just started. Tasha says like, where's he going with this? He just started. Okay. Now, Jerome, are you still in the chat? And then Lindell came. What did you find, Brian? What did you find, Brian? I don't know what you mean. Phoenix Book Girl, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Shout out to you, Phoenix Book Girl. Thank you. We know who victim 3 is. Publicly, social media has already speculated who victim 2 is. I don't know about victim 4. But victim 2, some of us kind of already know who it is, but I can't, I'll respect that until it's made public, if that makes sense. But yes, Franny, yes. And victim 3, I don't even know what's happening with, I don't know if she's going to get cut from being questioned. What were they doing with the ducks exactly? Were they for underage children? Oh no, man. I heard that there's like, they're used for certain things. It's just weird. The rubber duckies are weird. That's it. Oh yes, and green apples. I don't want to hear about green apples anymore. That's been ruined too. No, I don't think so. Who? I think she's just a witness. I don't think she's victim 2. Victim 2 is a different person. Franny. Yes, thank you. Chimichanga fundraiser. Thank you. Appreciate it. He says, look at this notebook. Thank you for this. And let me put a heart on this. Thank you. Yes, they're Smek toys. That's what the rubber duckies are. Smek toys. See, I cannot. Let me put you on timeout. Jerome, I said that I didn't want people's names in the chat. Thank you. That'll get you on a timeout for a while. She got paid. Mia should remain anonymous. Yes. They're going to try to impeach her because that's what they do. They're supposed to do that. They're supposed to try to impeach her. That's what the defense is doing. We don't have an update, y'all. We're waiting. Oh, that was Jeremy, not Jerome. Oh my God. Jeremy. Really? Oh, you're right. It was Jeremy Jerome. Like, come on now. I can't keep straight all these names. All these names. No worries, Franny Law. No worries. Yeah, there's a delay. Like, oh my gosh. Kind of makes you wonder. What is this delay about? Let me close this out. Okay, here it is. Washington Post defense lawyer Brian Steele has begun to cross-examine Mia, a former assistant to Sean Combs, who has testified under a pseudonym that she was berated, assaulted, and SA abused by him. No update. Okay. Update. Steele says, I moved for admission of 1702 to 1710. Okay, government says these are under sealed. Whatever the court says, we have redacted versions. Mia, this is a social media post by you in 2013. Yes, it's your personal account. This is what you're doing. What is she doing? What is she doing? Oh, what is she? And this is redacted. We don't know what it is. Jessica Chappies, thank you for renewing your membership. I know you were a member before. Thank you, Jessica Chappies. Shout out to you. Let's see. Thank you. My apologies to Jeremy Jerome. I'm sorry, y'all. We be getting all these accounts that I'm like, what are you doing here? See, Jerome wouldn't have done that. All right. Sorry, Jerome. I don't even think he's on chat anymore because he's like, busy. Let's see. No update. You said, y'all nuts. What y'all gonna say next? Diddy's car turns into a plug? I don't know. I've never been to Diddy's car. Have you been to Diddy's car? I wouldn't know if it turns into any kind of plug, but let me know. Okay. Let's see. Let me put you down for a little bit. Update. So it's your personal account. This is what you're doing. This is what Steele had asked. Yes, that's my personal account. Steele says, you wrote, this is what we do when you are not around. I am Diddy. Ciroc, right? Yes. You tagged him years after you say he R'd you. Yes. This is July 4th, 2013. Whose hands are those? Cass and me. Oh, so she was tagging him after she got R'd based on the timeline. Okay. Queen, this is Mia. Yeah, they're giving reasonable doubt, says Egyptian. Thank you. Yes. Can we get those likes up, please? And thank you. All right. We do beg for likes. Okay. We do. I appreciate it. Get this in the algorithm. I would appreciate it. All right. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Oh man, got her, gotcha. Oh my god, see, these people are crazy on Twitter. This is what the defense is going to do. I think we should get used to it. Like, people know that this is what you hire the best of the best for reasonable doubt. That's what Diddy is doing. He hired the best of the best for reasonable doubt, right? It sounds like she was implying her and Cassie were having fun together. That's what it sounds like, right? No, the jury is able to see everything. I don't even know if it's redacted for them. I'm not really sure, but I know the jury can see everything. Like, they could probably see her too. Okay. Um Steele, you wrote rich as F and CC. Who is CC? Cass. What does CC stand for? It's just a nickname. Have you heard Cassie Combs? Oh, that makes sense. Here you say he got coffee for you, though. Coffee for you, though, in Forbes list? Yes. Okay. So they're trying to show that Diddy was like accommodating to her, right? I mean, listen, all of these attorneys can land, they have to land the plane. All right. So let's see if they land the plane on this one. Okay. Maybe they'll land the plane. Maybe they won't. I don't really know. The jury knows what she looks like, and she had to show her passport. Yep. So they know who she is. She had to identify to them. Jury can see everything, but not redactions. There you go. Jury can see unredacted documents. Everyone in court and overflow can see Mia. There you go. Thank you guys for filling in the blanks on that. The people that are saying, and this is just being able to see the other side. The people that are saying they don't have anything, guys, like, the defense hasn't even started. So I wouldn't be like, they don't have nothing. Like, you just got to let the defense do what they do, right? And let everything play out. Let's see. Are you saying Mia and Cece doing girl thing or what? No, Biscuit. I'm reading the messages. I don't know if they're. It sounds like they might be hanging out, but I don't know. I don't know what you mean by girl thing. Let's see. All right, Jeremy. Jeremy with the dollar sign is. I felt like Jerome had a dollar sign too. Jeremy, can you just make sure you keep it cute in the chat? Because like you will. I just timed you out earlier. Keep it cute, okay? And what I mean by that, you can disagree. You can say all kinds of things. Just keep it cute and don't be like putting her name if you know her name in the chat. Because I'm not interested. If you know what I mean. I'm sure other creators will let you do that, but just not here. She had many duties in her ever-changing job description. Yes. Thank you. Brian doesn't land small planes. He lands jets. Ooh, Lindell. Lindell, not you being a stand for Brian Steele. My goodness. Shout out to you, Lindell. Lindell's like, listen, he doesn't do Cessnas. He does big jets, like Delta size big jets, right? Oh my God, y'all are crazy. We don't have an echo. I told you, keep it cute. We don't have an echo. All right. Thank you. Okay, let's go. Let's see. Do we have an update? Hell, even CNN doesn't have an update. We are at cross. Let's see. You said Coochie Cream, Coochie 420. Shout out to Cooch 420. I don't know where she's at, but I'm sure she'll be around. She's probably listening to us. Thank you. Yeah, Jeremy, at least hit the like button. In my opinion, all the victim blaming by the defense does not reflect well on Diddy. Yanni, do you consider it victim blaming? I feel like they're just questioning at this point. I don't know if I would necessarily say it's. Oh, you're here? I don't know if I would necessarily say it's blaming. I think that they're doing reasonable doubt, if that makes sense. I don't know if they're saying this is your fault, it happened to you. But I think that this is that reasonable doubt part, if you know what I mean. That's just my opinion, though. But Coochie420 is in the chat. For those, Coochie, you're famous in my chat because they love your name. You better not change it, okay? And you haven't. You've always been Coochie420 for many years now. Okay. Here we go. So here you say he got coffee for you, though in Forbes list. Steele continues. You say he made you take drugs against you. You will at Burning Man, but you posted about it. I gotta reread that. Steele, you say he made you take drugs against your will. There's a typo here. At Burning Man, but you posted about it. Mia says, right. You posted a picture with him. A man terrorizing you? Uh-huh, yes. And this video depicting Mr. Combs as doctor delivering your baby? What do you guys think? Okay. What do you guys think? Phoenix, thank you for the $30. Transcript Fun, loving your coverage, Rabbit. You were my first to join on YT. Wow, feels like a longer. I feel like it feels like longer than 2 months. That's for sure. Thank you so much for this. Thank you. Aw. Thank you, love. Appreciate you. Thank you for this and the support. So she gets drugged. She said this in the transcript. She gets drugged, right? Or at least she was forced to at Burning Man. Then she went on social media and posted about it. Okay. Then it says, Steele said, and this video depicting Mr. Combs as doctor delivering your baby. So, okay. Mia said, it was a funny video. I was proud to be in it. Steele says, Mr. Combs' birthday is significant to you, too. You did 2 shots with him, right? Yes. Alcohol overcame you, right? Yes. You believe you were drugged. I didn't say that. Let me see. Let me look at the transcripts. It was his 40th birthday. She did allude. She did say that she had taken 2 vodka shots with Diddy and that she felt like she had taken drinks before and it was not like this. Okay? Hold up. He then poured 2 shots of vodka. I have the transcript here and I could tell you guys what she said. Hold up. Not that she overpowered. That's not what she said. She said, then he poured us shots of vodka to cheer for his birthday. How many shots did he give you? I think 2. What did you do with the shots? I took them. Had you been drinking earlier that night? Not that I recall, but if so, like it wasn't affecting me. How did these shots that you took with Mr. Combs make you feel? I remember thinking like, whoa, did I not eat or something? Because they affected me. I felt like they hit me hard. How did shots normally make you feel at this point in your life? I was in my 20s in New York. 2 shots would have made me feel that way. 2 shots would not have made me feel that way. What did Mr. Combs do after you took the shots? He was still talking, and I just remember my back and I was standing against the wall. And I remember he was talking and all of a sudden he got it closer to my face. Like I remember my eyes closed and I couldn't focus and my face, his face was there and it was too close. I didn't really know what was happening. And he put his arm next to my head and against the wall, like I leaned in to kiss me, but put his other hand up on the side of my dress. That's what she said. She never said, hold up. Now I'm going to copy and paste this right here. Because we're not going to do that. We are not going to do that. Let me see if I can copy this. Yeah. That's what she said. You believe he drugged you? I didn't say that. She never said that I believe he drugged her. She never said that. read the transcripts. Y'all, not me fighting on Twitter while I'm live. Okay, hold up. Combs Steele says, a person you really don't know put his mouth on your mouth without your permission, right? Yes. His hand up your dress and onto your person. Remember that? It was paralyzing? Yes. You wake up in a chair and you told the jury. You told the jury that. I did. But this message and this one, another same day posting the anniversary of you being essayed by Sean Combs, according to your testimony, I don't celebrate it as the anniversary of that, but his birthday. Oh, fuck, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. And this is what she said. She said that he gave her 2 shots and he had never, like, she had drank before. But did she imply it? That is the question. Did she imply it? That is the question. That is the question. Okay. Let me go back a little bit. A person you really don't know put his mouth on your mouth without your permission, right? Yes. His hand up your dress onto your person. Remember that? It was paralyzing. Yes. You wake up in a chair and you told the jury that. I did. But this message and this one and another same day posting the anniversary of what you being sexually assaulted by Sean Combs, according to your testimony, I don't celebrate it as the anniversary of that, but his birthday. Where do you guys land with that? Okay. Steele says, what did you write? Thank you for giving me an extended family for life. You're effing funny. I love you. You're in a tutu next to Mr. Combs, right? Yes. He's holding his private part in his hand? I guess so. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. CNN writes, the jury seen photos of Diddy Combs that Mia posted on social media. The first image was posted on her personal social media account in January 2013. The photo showing her holding several bottles of Ciroc vodka. The caption said, what we do when we're not around, when you're not around. Mia confirmed to defense attorney Brian Steele that Combs had essayed her and abused her by that point. The jury saw 2 more photos of October 2013. One of the photos showed Combs at a coffee shop. Just the one guy at the Forbes list getting me a vanilla latte. No big deal. Regular people shit. The other photo shows Mia Combs and Cassie and Carrie Morgan, a former friend of Ventura, at Burning Man Festival with the caption, Take Me Back. Steele pointed out that Mia was standing beside Combs and leaning into him in the photo. And he terrorized you, right? Yes, Mia responded. Oh. Shit, man. Okay. You were proud of Mr. Sean Combs. Of course. You posted the great times. You wrote, you were proud of Mr. Sean Combs. Of course. You'd post the great times. This is what Mia says. You wrote extended family for life. You are forever one of my great fans. This about the man who traumatized you. I wrote that. Who was being threatened, Amber? That's not a requirement. Who was being threatened? Please don't be rude in my chat. Who threatened you? Did I say if you don't do this, this is going to happen to you? Don't do that. Don't do that. Who threatened you? See, I don't do that. Like, don't do that in my chat. Like, literally, do not do that in my chat. You can just go. Thank you. Come back with another account because you're going to have to create one to be in this chat. Thank you. I know we're going to have those. The defense make the connection, which is consistent with other testimonies and the allegations being drugged and are forced to take drugs. Right, Gladys, thank you. That's an interesting point. Low-key, by the way, I owe you an apology. Just so you know, you were right about Epstein. It was not a RICO. It was sex trafficking charges. So shout out to you, and I apologize publicly. But you're absolutely correct, and you were 1,000% correct. Just wanted to let you know. I was hoping you'd come back today. Okay. We don't have an update. Good morning, everybody coming through. It is just people coming through trolling. Like, what are y'all thinking? What are y'all thinking when you're coming in here trolling? Crazy. Okay, do we have an update? No, we don't. Yeah. Y'all know I am not above reproach, approach, or anything like that, y'all. I promise you. If I get something wrong, I will gladly come back in front of thousands of people and apologize. Like, come on now. I'm not above that. I'm not above that at all. Okay, here we go. So Steele says, you wrote Extended Family for Life. You are forever one of my great fans. This about the man who traumatized you. I wrote that. Steele. Who is your mentor and your brother you are writing about? Puff. You did college. A lot of them are you and Mr. Combs. You picked out the thumbnails, right? Right. You did collage. Y'all, I can't even read. You did a collage. A lot of them are you and Mr. Combs. You picked out the thumbnails, right? Right. What did you write? Who let me have my hair like that? So she did a collage. I said college, y'all, because the E right there between the L and the G. You did a collage. A lot of them are you and Mr. Combs. You picked out the thumbnails, right? Right. What did you write? Who let me have my hair like that? So she had like a collage of photos. Such a millennial thing to do. You know what I mean? Thank you. Thank you. They're blocked. That's why. Let's see. Oh, okay. Here we go. He had groupies working for him and not professionals. There's a difference. There you go. Hey, Alexis, I don't want to say her name. If you can just delete your comment, please. I'm trying to not say if she's been identified. I don't know if that's who she is, but if you could just thank you. Yes, I appreciate it. If you delete your comment, I really would appreciate it. Thank you. Here we go. Pinche Becky's been a member for 13 months. Thank you. Pinche Becky, thank you. I might just do an auto block of her name on my chat, but I don't have time for that. I might do it on the break. Just because like I need to be careful with that. Y'all, this is a federal case. We have to be careful. We might be covering it, but we have to be careful about how we're doing it. Okay. She painted him perfect. She was controlled. I'm still in an abusive relationship 14 years later, and I think it's not her fault. It takes a woman 7 times to leave an abusive situation. No worries, my love. Thank you, Alexis. Shout out to you. Completely understand. I know some channels are doing things different, and I get it. But thank you. Thank you. We just try to be careful. That's all. Let's see. I know you do. I know you do. Shout out to you, Alexis. You're good. Don't worry. We do not want to know the real names of anybody. Let's see. Praying that the witnesses find peace and healing. Listening to the testimony makes me sad to hear the trauma. It's a lot. I mean, but I think that we need to, like, I think we're waiting. Here we go. Do we have an update? We do. Okay, so Steele had said, Mia says, who let me do my hair like that out of a collage? You are with Mr. Combs, right? Yes. Here you say, look, Ma, I'm in a billboard in Times Square, right? It's a play on, my name is in lights. And this photo, me and Cass going to, is it Istanbul? 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 Is that a typo? Let me see. Istanbul. Oh, I'm sorry. It is a location. Why can I say it? Istanbul. I've said this before. Me and Cass going to Istanbul. Istanbul. Wow, that's gorgeous. In Turkey. And clearly I haven't gotten out, y'all. Thank you, Alexis, for becoming a member. Shout out to you, Alexis. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I haven't gotten out, clearly, y'all. Why is my mouse acting up? It's Turkey, see? Istanbul. Thank you. Guys, we have over 900 people in the chat. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, please, and thank you. Did I pronounce it? I think I pronounced it correctly. Y'all, Inglés sin barreras, hooked on phonics, something's working. Absolutely low-key. Absolutely low-key. So ex-assistant explains why she made positive posts about Combs on social media. When asked, Mia testified that she made positive posts about Combs because social media was about showing how great her life was, even if it wasn't true. Well, and I think part of it too, and I'm not making it, I don't know, like, wasn't she also like in charge of that part and piece of Sean Diddy Combs? She also said Combs fans followed her, and she didn't want any family to know what was going through, referring to the various forms of abuse that she had experienced. Okay. So she kind of used her own personal social media to kind of promote him. Because that was like literally her job, right? No update. Istanbul. So she was appraising Sean Diddy Combs, even though there was these claims that she's now making. Okay. And the defense is confronting Mia with social media posts from her time working for Sean Combs that depicted her enjoying events and expressing adoration for her then boss. These exhibits are being used to try to cast doubt on Mia's account of rampant abuse, violence and misery during her employment. In October 2013, Mia posted a photo of Combs at Starbucks with the caption reading, "Just one guy on the Forbes list, getting me an iced vanilla latte. No big deal." Okay. Do we have an update? Did Mr. Combs have to approve both of you going on that trip? Absolutely. This photo. We are in this Sprinter van on the way to Cass' club appearance. Oh, my camera battery died. I'll change it in a minute. Where are you in this hotel? Where are you on this one? The W Hotel in Istanbul. Okay. So she says, while I'm changing the camera, I'm going to, give me one sec, y'all. This will be up in a minute. Okay. So she says, he had to approve. Did Combs have to approve of you both going to this trip to Istanbul? Sounds like it's Turkey. Absolutely. This photo, we were in a Sprinter van on the way to Cass's club appearance. Okay. camera battery. Where are you in this one? The W Hotel in Istanbul. Okay. So they were traveling. Diddy had to approve that travel. That's what it sounds like. Do we have an update? Oh, come on. Come on, battery. Here we go. Let's see. Let me refresh this. Nope, no update. So that's what she had to do. Part of the club appearance. She had to, get all that done. Let's see. All right, I got my camera going. We're waiting for an update, y'all. Sorry. Okay. And charged the battery and then it died. Why did you do that to me? See, and now the green screen is not going to work. I bet. Let's see if we can get the green screen to go. Yep, the green screen's out. No, but that's okay. All right, hold up. Let me make myself a little bit smaller because I don't think you guys want to see this green all over. Okay. No update yet. Oh my gosh. I feel like, we're going to miss a lot of context like we are. That's just how it is. But yeah. That's just how it is. You said what was she supposed to post? She said that she'd rather take this to the grave than speak about it. It was her job to puff ego at all times, dispute how he treated her, whether Brian was going okay, and where is Brian going to land your plane, you said. Gotcha. I mean, yeah, that was her job. Her job was to kind of post about these things. Use her personal social media. Okay. Combs changed his birthday at one point. Ex-assistant testifies. He changed his birthday at one point? How do you change your birthday? Combs changed his birthday. Defense attorney Brian showed another photo of Mia posted to celebrate Combs' birthday where the caption says, in part, happy new birthday. So I guess if you're rich, you're able to change your birthday, your names, different things, right? You could do that. Puff decided to change his birthday that year, so we promoted it, he testified. He changed his birthday. He can do that, right? He could change his birthday. He could say, today's my birthday and today. Okay, whatever. Yeah, you could change your birthday, I guess. I mean, can't you just pay for that? You could pay, you could pay for a name change, identity change. You could change your birthday, right? But I guess how does that come? This is what CNN reported. We're waiting for in the inner city press. CNN reported that Puff changed his birthday. You said your daughter changed if you could change your birthday. Asked if you could change your birthday. Today's your birthday? Well, damn. Happy birthday? I don't know. I mean, I guess we could do it like that. I've never heard of anyone changing. You could change I've heard of people change their name, but not their birthdays. But if you have that kind of money, I guess. Okay, here we go. What did you write here about Muhammad Ali's birthday with Puff? I took the photo. You took one photo? I'm sure I took multiple, but this was the best one. This is November 4th, 5 years after you were essayed. Yes. Okay. People are saying relevance once again. Yeah. Hold on. Thank you. Sorry, I was letting people know. People are messaging me. So was she trying to make a comparison to Muhammad Ali? The internet said you can't change your birthday unless there are arrows. You can't or you can? You can't. Can you change your birthday? Can you legally change your birthday? No, you generally cannot legally change your birthday for personal preference. Your birthday is a factual record, and changing it would be like considered fraud or identity theft. I think that you can like tell people you're changing your birthday as like a social media stunt, maybe. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. Isn't he like he's a Scorpio, right? Okay. Says this is November 4th, 5 years after you were essayed. Yes. What did you write? Thank you for being my friend. Hashtag happy birthday, Diddy. Um, hashtag I'm so hot. I'm throwing panties at myself. Hold up, what? What did you write? Thank you for being my friend. Hashtag happy birthday, Diddy. Hashtag I'm so hot. I'm throwing panties at myself. Steele then says, and you have Mr. Combs shirtless in one of the pictures? He's always shirtless. Yeah. Groupie activity. Today is your birthday? Are you serious? Happy birthday. Y'all drop some hearts and cakes for Moni. Her today's a birthday. Shout out to you, love. You said, oh my God. Okay. So she says, okay, hold up. Mia, you have said you were essayed so many times you can't remember. Objection. Misstates the testimony. Judge says sustain. Have you met with the prosecutors? Yes. More than 27 times? I don't know the number. Oh, shit. So I think that this is an important fact and it calls into credibility. And you're going to be like, why? Well, in the transcripts, which I'll release the video tonight, like I'm still editing and hopefully it'll be done by tonight. So keep an eye out. But in the video, she does say that she had been essayed multiple times, but there are two events specifically that are recounted. Now, I said this earlier and I'm going to repeat it again. When she first met with the prosecution, she never said anything about the essay. She said that she talked about, and this is in the transcript, she said that she disclosed the essay after she hired an attorney. Okay. So with her attorney, that's when she decided to disclose the essay to the prosecutors. So this is going to be a situation where new information is going to come in. And the question then becomes, if I'm a juror, and I'm telling you this as a juror, the question becomes, and I know you guys are going to say, well, you have to understand trauma. Yes, all of that. But if I'm a juror, it's the same thing with Don Richard and everybody else. If things are said one time and not the other time, or maybe multiple times at different faces, and you're not there's no substance to like understanding of that, why that happened that way, the juror is going to perceive this as somebody that's not credible. I didn't write the rules. I'm just letting you know how it might seem. Okay. So hold up. There's an update. Do you remember telling you don't remember how many times you were essayed? I don't know if I phrase it that way. This has ruined you, right? You are broken. Yes. The essay was part of the way he ruined me. Yes. Okay. So if she met with prosecutors 27 times, when was it that she decided to disclose to prosecutors that she had been essayed? You know what I mean? Like there is going to be a point where that is going to come into question. Yes, if this is what Brian Steele, just put in here. And I'm not saying this is a question. Okay, so it might not be a fact. And this is where the transcripts come in. Have you met with the prosecutors? Yes. More than 27 times? I don't know the number, she says. Okay. So then we have a new update. So Brian Steele then said, this has ruined you, right? You are broken. Yes. The essay was part of the way he ruined me. Yes. Okay. Steele says, you wrote, thank you for being the good kind of crazy, inspiring me every day. I don't think people wrote bad stuff about their lives on Instagram back then. Why'd you promote it? It was my job to promote. It was a cycle of ups and downs. That I do believe that it was her job to promote this stuff, even in her own social media. So that I do believe. Okay. Yes. Hold up. Rabbit, I'll say it. Mia said she has never told Puff no. It's going to be hard to convince people it's essay and unwanted contact if she never expressed it. This part right here. This part right here that you just said is well said. Do you know what I mean? That I agree, Yanni, but expecting the jury to understand this is the thing. Here's the deal, man. I feel like they had an opportunity with Dr. Hughes here, but I don't think Dr. Hughes did a good job at all at this. If explaining this to the jury is literally going to be the hard part, all right? And like I said, don't look at it as look at it as if you're somebody that's new and you're a jury member, you know nothing about any of this. That's how you have to kind of perceive this. That's going to come into question. Okay. It was my job to promote. It was a cycle of ups and downs. When he was calling me his best friend, I wasn't afraid of him. Combs says, you weren't afraid of a man who stole your innocence? Objection. Holy shit. Judge says overruled. You have family, parents, a sister, and friends. Time frame. Okay. There was an objection. The government is speaking here. Time frame. So I'm wondering if that's an objection from the government. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Huh. Okay. I have a feeling they're going to break for lunch here pretty soon. So the government interjected here. I wonder if they went on a sidebar. Victims have rights to, and part of that is being allowed to speak to the lawyer. Absolutely, Yanni. Absolutely. Yeah, Dr. Hughes did not do a good job. These are not isolated incidents. That I do agree with. The feds are showing a pattern, and that's what they're trying to do. But at the core of this, the essay part that she was, because she described multiple times, and that's where I was like, oh man, like, whew, okay. Okay. Steele asks, when you posted this, you still had friends? Mia said, I had no sounding board. I had to get permission to go to my grandfather's funeral. The jury was an email with D-Rock. You could express yourself, right? I reached out to him. Okay, there's a typo here. When you posted this, you still had friend? I had no sounding board. I had to get permission to go to my grandfather's funeral. The jury saw, the jury saw an email with D-Rock. You could express yourself, right? I reached out to him. Okay. This is where I would have said something here. When he says, when you posted this, you still had friends. He's trying to trip her up here. Let me tell you this. Mia said, in the transcripts, in her statement, that there was a time where she learned that she couldn't just leave the property. She wanted to go out and see friends. She couldn't even do that. Security had to go look for her. So the fact that she needed to get permission to go to a funeral, now it's one thing to say, I'm under, work, get bereavement leave or some type of leave or PTO or something, right? To do this. But what does this look like? What does she mean by permission? She couldn't even leave to go to a funeral. The fact that they're sneaking out and they're getting permit. These are adults that are having to sneak out. Okay. So right here, I feel like the government should have stepped in and said, "Wait a minute, objection! You're misstating. You're doing this. Because this has already been addressed earlier." Anyways, that's crazy, man. Y'all, I am starving. Come on, let's go. Combs changed his birthday at one point. Okay, we're gonna talk about the birthday here while we wait for okay, wait, never mind. We have an update. So the jury was an email with D-Rock. You could express yourself, right? I reached out to him. What's this? Steele asked. My friends at Funny or Die. I'm in the video. What did you write? You know you are a celebrity when you are spraying champagne at Funny or Die. What is this? My birthday post for Justin, Puff's son. Wow. Okay. No update yet. That part. Sorry, I'm chewing on ice. That part right there. She couldn't even go to the bathroom to change her product. Like, and that's the other thing. I would have probably brought some of those people that were there into the stand and asked them, like, what did you see that night? She couldn't change her something to that effect to corroborate this as well. This goes into the forced labor part, y'all. Like, you can't change your product monthly. Oh yeah, no. So yeah. I agree with that. I agree. Come on. There's an audio and it's under seal. And they might have played it during the trial because it's talked about in transcripts. So there's an audio. Something happened. So there's a lot of information. There's a lot of evidence that's under seal that's not going to be available to us. That's only accessible to the jury. So I definitely believe a lot of what's being said here because a lot of things are under seal. And this just not directly towards, we just don't have that access. Okay, do we have an update? What is this? My birthday post for Sean Puff Combs? There's a reason why he chose a jury trial instead of a bench trial. He wouldn't stand a chance in hell at a bench trial. Ooh. You think the defense will clean this up and redirect? Or excuse me, the government? Can Steele land the plane before lunch? That is the question. Can they land the plane before lunch? I personally, I'm going to tell you something. I don't feel like they landed the prosecution did not land the plane with Kid Cudi's car. To me, it didn't really fit, but that's just my thought. I could be wrong. Come on. Are we landing the plane? Can we land the plane before lunch? I am starving. The planes take so long to land. I ain't even see the touchdown. You said, um, let's see. Okay, here we go. Steele. And this one, Ciroc promo, hashtag. You are in it with Mr. Combs. Yes. Do you ever say anything that Mr. Combs violated you? Did you ever say that Mr. Combs violated you? Never. Here, Puff and Jimmy Levine, legends. He's traumatized you. Yes. Enter the chat. Jimmy Levine or Jimmy Levine. I think it's Levine. People have said it's Levine, but I don't know if it might be Levine. Remember who was piloting the plane and all with all that baby oil and lubricant in the system? He does not appear to have any level of grip. Oh Lord. Yeah, I definitely don't want to fuel a jet plane with baby oil. I don't think that's a good idea. Or Astro. We don't want a plane. We don't want to fuel the jet with any of that. No, we don't. Mm-mm. Excuse me. The men in the jury looking at her like, oh Lord. And by the way, this is a heavily male jury. Yeah. So this should be interesting. You said you said if Brian Steele is flying the plane, I'm out of the emergency exit before takeoff. There you go. Because he was present. That's what was being said. He was one of many. You had Usher too, and was it Neo? Neo was said to have been there too. Are we landing the plane? Let's go. You said that Steele's GPS is completely broken, but you guys said that he was a rock star. What's going on? Jimmy Iovine. Thank you. I thought it was Ivy. Why did I say? I'm reading it how it's spelled. My bad. Jimmy Iovine, Jimmy Levine, Jimmy Levine, Jimmy Iovine. It's Iovine. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry. Forgive me. Forgive me. You're gonna run out. But well, can we go to lunch before we run out of fuel? I'm starving. I'm starving. Okay, here we go. You wrote. Hold up. He traumatized you. Yes. You wrote, watch Puff tonight on Fuse today. I convinced him to make a door on his TV set and call it the Diddy door. You post a picture of the person who has ruined your life and my boss. Who made you post this? No one. Oh, okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. You said, are these posts relevant? Like, seriously? I don't know. But I mean, that's what they're going to. They're going through social media posts. It was part of her job. You said lunch. Are you sure? Don't trick me. Don't trick me. Don't play with me. I'm starving. Did they say break? Did they say break? You think it's going to be a hung jury? People have said it was going to be a mistrial too. People have said different things. I mean, they have predicted different things, but I don't know. I don't know if any of that is correct. I think it's just a prediction on their behalf. Um, that's what I think. I wish it was televised. I know, right? But it would be nice to have this televised because then all of us can see it. Okay, here we go. How do you forget about waking up with the man on top, having his way with you? I was in fear of upsetting him the moments other than when we were best friends. How are you best friends with the man you say are you? Ask my therapist. Oh, 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 shit. She said, she said no. She said, enter the chat, Mia's therapist. Oh, shit. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that. Oh, clock it. Clock it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. You don't think that was smart on her end to have answered that way? Yeah, I mean, some people may see it as like she's being a little hostile, but some of these questions are like, oh my God. You would have asked her, when did she get her therapist? I'm not the therapist. Enter the chat, the therapist. Absolutely. Yanni, that's very correct. You're absolutely right on that one. Yeah, she Uno reversed them. She was like, reverse. Oh, tell me we're going to go to lunch here because I need some food. Oh my God. You said Nash be coming out of Mia's mouth. Oh my God. This is such a Nash answer. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. No, you're right. You can't determine hostility from the reading. You need to understand tone and mannerisms. Well, how would you even answer that question? I don't even know how she would answer that, but um yeah. You said you're here for it? She pulled a Nash moment. Mm, I don't know. I don't know, man. Okay, hold up. We have an update. Let's go. Oh, don't show me my. Okay, wait. That's my phone. My phone's a delay. Let's go. Let's go. Um, let's see. Damn. No update yet. You said that was a polite answer. I would have said a bleep like I bleep now. I mean, I don't know. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. I think Mia's gonna be all day. I don't think Mia's going to like. She'll probably be until Monday. So Mia will probably be all day for sure. Um, Let's see. Who brought up the therapist? That door is now open. There you go. Well, she did. She brought up her therapist. She did it. Excellent answer. People are responding. Oh my God, they're reacting. Okay. Where are we at? Come on. Come on. My phone is like faster. No, there's no update yet. Oh, Mia has had enough of the BS, says El Naomi. El Naomi. Oh man, y'all. What do you guys think? Mia put the trauma deep in her mind and wanted to keep the relationships therapist helping her deal with. Well, she's been sounds like she's been formally diagnosed with CPTSD. Formally. Absolutely. I don't even know how to do that. I don't know how to do a redirect, honestly. I wish I knew how. I have to learn how to do it, actually. I know that there's something that you do in the studio, but I don't know how to do it. If she got a therapist this year, it might be a problem. Why? Why would it be a problem if she got a therapist this year? Say more. I really think you should get a shirt that says, "We have a problem." Your tagline should be, Lindell, your name should really be, "We have a problem." Honestly. Yes, if the victim appears overly defensive, sarcastic, hostile, or evasive, it can unintentionally undermine their credibility, even if they're telling the truth. That is true. There's a lot that has been said about that. So that's correct, the 5. So there is studies out there. So you have to be careful, like even as a victim, you have to be careful on the stand to not appear like evasive or hostile. Okay, here we go. She says, "Ask my therapist, what did you write? F off Patreon." Excuse me, Patreon or Patron? F off Patron with the photo of Puff dancing with his tequila. Oh, yeah, she means Patron. Say Patreon. F off Patron with the photo of Puff dancing with his tequila. And in this photo, Mr. Combs is close to you. Yes. You are producing the show. Funny or Die did it. But I was getting producer credits. Ah, okay. Oh, Lord, I don't want to see that. Okay. Has the plane, in your opinion, landed? Where are we at with the defense? Has the plane landed? Let me know. Where are we at with this? No update. No update. No update. It's running out of fuel. You said the plane is at a whole airport. GPS is broken. We're waiting for the plane. Listen, this is crazy, y'all. The plane is circling, is stalling. Where's the plane at? Let me know. You said that plane is grounded? Come on. There's turbulence. This is Gina. There's turbulence in this plane. No update. The plane has not landed. The only thing that the defense is saying is that these people continue to stick around. They're not disputing the allegations. It's like they don't understand the victims of abuse. Well, yeah. I don't think that they're wanting, I mean, because then that he wouldn't have much of a defense if they had to like understand where they're coming from. Does that make sense? But yes. The plane is on a break. She's not a therapist, but never went to the police long after she was gone from the bad boy label. Strange. She says she didn't go. She says she would have gone to her grave with this. Okay, here we go. Can we get a sidebar? Oh my God. We'll give the jurors their lunch. We'll stay and hash it out. All rise. Mia exits. Okay. So we're at a sidebar now. This is what I'm going to do. I got to get some food, y'all. I'm starving. Okay. I'm going to play. This was the transcripts from yesterday. For those that are like, don't know what this is. This is last night. The beginning of the transcripts. Make sure you guys go check out that video. But this is the video. I'm going to play some of it while we're on lunch. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. I'll be back. Okay. 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 All right. Let's go. And I am going to speed myself up because I'm a slow talker and I don't like that. Okay. I went through some of the craziest shit. Okay. In general. And I will say, like, oh my God, like even here, and I left, everybody come through, and I'm not really looking at the chat when I lunch. So let's go. And she is being direct examination by Miss Smizer, okay, for the government. Good morning, Mia. Good morning. Could you please state and spell the name for which you are testifying under? M-I-A. You have asked to testify under a pseudonym to protect your privacy. Yes. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as government exhibits 3T-113, just for the witness only. The court says, Ms. Comey, is there an issue? Ms. Comey says, I just want to make sure that the screen in the overflow rooms are turned off for this exhibit. Your Honor, only. Court says, can I ask the deputy? Okay, so they're trying to figure out the logistics of this, trying to keep her private. The government asks, do you see that, Mia? Yes. Do you recognize this? Yes. What is it? My passport. Okay. That is offered into the government's exhibits. Mia, is the name on this exhibit your true name? Yes. Is that date of birth on the exhibits your true date of birth? Yes. And before we move on, could you please display that for the jury only? Mr. Steele, may I ask a question, Your Honor? Court says, you need a sidebar or just ask a question in open court? I believe so. It's not our monitor either. Court says, yes, that's correct. Do you need to see it? Mr. Steele says, I would like to. I know what it is, this one, but I would like to in the future. Yes. Court says, do you have a copy of it? I have an iPad that I can provide to Mr. Steele, says the government, that will have it, and I'll pull it up for him now, if Mr. Steele is okay with us proceeding while we do that. Court says, Ms. Miser, okay, thank you, Your Honor. We can take that down now. All right. Yeah. Questioning continues. Where are you from? Virginia Beach, Virginia. How far did you go to school? A bachelor's degree. I had the same question. I wanted to know what her level of education was. Okay. Side note, a bachelor's degree. What was your degree in? Studio art. I'm going to show you what's in evidence as government exhibits 2A-101. Okay. Do you recognize who is depicted here? Yes. Who is that? Sean Combs. Do you know Mr. Combs by any other names? Yes. What's his names? P. Diddy, Diddy, Puff Daddy, Puff, Puff, PD, Mr. C. What did you call him? Puff. How do you know Mr. Combs? I worked for him. When you worked for him, did Mr. Combs give you one title or more than one? More than one. How many? 2. What were those titles? Personal assistant, then director of development and acquisitions for Revolt Films. We will discuss each of those roles in a moment, Mia. But first, at a high level, could you describe what the work environment was like when you were working for Mr. Combs? It was chaotic. It could be toxic. It could be exciting. The highs were really high and the lows were really low. What determined what the environment was like on a particular day? Puff's mood. How often did Mr. Combs' mood shift? All the time. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold up, y'all. Let me fix something real quick. Okay. This is still going on. She says all the time. Okay. Oh, come on, make this smaller. Sorry, oh, there we go. Mia, was Mr. Combs ever violent towards you? Yes. What are some of the violent things that Mr. Combs had done to you? He has thrown things at me. He has thrown thrown me against the wall. He had thrown me into a pool. He had thrown an ice bucket on my head. He had slammed my arm into a door. He has also sexually essayed me. Mr. Combs sexually essayed you on one occasion or more than one occasion? More than one occasion. We will talk about this violence in more detail later, Mia. Before we get here, I want to talk a little bit about your work experience before getting a job with Mr. Combs. What were your career goals when you left college? I really loved storytelling and film and TV, especially comedy. I really wanted to be a writer and a performer, but I didn't know how to do that because this was like a different era before social media, iPhones, or access. So I thought I could just put a mattress on top of my car and move to New York City and get a job somehow in the entertainment industry and work really, really, really hard. And maybe in like 10 years, I would have had the education and the experience to navigate that world to make whatever those dreams were come true. At some point, did there come a time when you got a job in the entertainment industry? Yes. What was that for initially? First was the Georgina chat was with First was for Georgina Chapman, who was the owner and designer of Marchesa. I think that's a brand. Or Marquesa. Anyways. Sorry, y'all. Marquesa, who were Georgina's Chapman's clients. It was all like red carpet celebrity dressings. Where did you work next? I worked for the comedian Mike Myers. What did you do for Mike Myers? I was his personal assistant. Who did you work for after Mike Myers? Puff. Approximately. When did you begin working for Mr. Combs? In 2009. 2009. In what year did you leave Mr. Combs' company? 2017. I want to talk about when you first got the job with Mr. Combs. How old were you when you applied to work for him? When I applied, I was either 25 or just turned 26. Where were you living at the time? In New York City. Where was Mr. Combs' business located then? He was also in New York City. Give me one sec, guys. Sorry, y'all. Okay. And then I had somebody at my door. Okay, she was asked, let's see, hold up. She was asked, how old were you when you applied to work for Mr. Combs? When I applied, I was either 25 or just turned 26. Where were you living at the time? In New York City. Where was Mr. Combs' business located then? He was also in New York City. What were the steps in the hiring process? I met with the recruiter multiple times, and then I had multiple interviews with the head of HR, Vashta Wilson. Okay. And then after that, I had an interview with his chief of staff and an executive assistant and a head of personal finance. Who was his chief of staff at the time? Her name was Ellie Nieves. Ellie Nieves. Let me highlight that name. Her name was Ellie Nieves. What about the executive assistant? Carlene Roy. Finally, who was the person in personal finance? Tony Baez Fletcher. Okay. Exhibits are pulled up. Who is this, Mia? That is Tony Baez Fletcher. Did Miss Fletcher have any other titles when you were there? Yes. What? Chief of staff? Take that down, Miss Foster. Mia, were you ever interviewed by Mr. Combs himself? Yes. Where did the interview take place? At his apartment. Did anyone accompany you to his apartment? Yes. Who? Vesta Wilson? The head of human resources? Yes. What happened when you got to Mr. Combs' apartment? He answered the door on the phone. Who answered the door? Sorry, Puff. What was he wearing when he answered the door? His underwear. What did Vesta do when Mr. Combs answered the door in his underwear? Just introduced me and then left. Did Mr. Combs eventually put on his clothes? Yes. Who else was around for the interview? Derek, his stylist at the time, was in the apartment. What is Derek's last name? Rush. Derek Rush. Guys, somebody dock that name because I have a feeling that these are people that are also either taking immunities or witnesses or something, okay? Write that down. I've highlighted most of them. Did you ultimately get the job? Yes. How did you feel about getting the job? I was so excited and so nervous, and just really eager and excited, I guess. When you took the job, how much did you expect to work? I was explained that it would be a lot, that there would There were a few jokes about 24-hour nail salons thrown in, but I guess I didn't fully understand. Yeah, I did expect to work more than an average job. Did you expect to work more than 24/7? I thought that was like probably physically impossible, but yes. So not literally, but okay. Government continues. But how much had you worked for Mike Myers? He also said 24/7, but really, I mean, maybe every once in a while I would get a call at 7 or maybe on the weekends and I would have to watch his dog, but it was pretty much like 10 to 6 every day, Monday through Friday. Were you supposed to have any days off with Mr. Combs? Yes. Did you expect to work on the weekends? Not the weekends. I thought that there would be like a rotation of assistants, but I didn't expect not to work at all on the weekends, if that makes sense. What was your base salary when you started as a personal assistant? Well, I was told it was 55,000, but then it turned out to actually be 50,000. Oh gosh. And then you started the job. How many hours a week did you understand that you were expected to work to earn your salary? 40. How often did you work more than 40 hours a week every week? And how much were you supposed to be compensated when you worked more than 40 hours a week? Paid overtime. I want to talk about the first day of work, Mia. What's the first thing you did on the first day of work for Mr. Combs? I went to his office, and Basta told me that I probably wouldn't see Puff for the next 2 weeks while I was on trial. And I was going to get accustomed to the office and all sorts of things, and went into making his life and all sorts of things that went into making his life run smooth. Let me just pause you right there, Mia. You said while you were on trial. What do you mean by that? It was Vashta had said that there would be so many people um, vying for this position. That is it dying or vying? I think there's a typo here. That there would be so many people dying for this position that they had a trial period that would last 2 weeks to see if you, I guess, like had what it took essentially. And where did Vashta tell you to go? To his Alpine, New Jersey house? And what did you do at the Alpine house? Just at a high level. They told me, I don't know, to do like some sort of inventory or take notes of what needed attention. Did you go there? Yes. Approximately how long were you at the Alpine house? Well, I was there all day. I left there. It was dark, but it wasn't super late. Like maybe, yeah, like just had been dark out. And where did you go after the Alpine house? Back to the office. And how long were you at the house? Probably like a few hours, or it didn't feel super long. Yeah. And what time is it around this time? For some reason I feel like it was 10 when I left because I was meeting with new people and learning stuff. Where did you go after that? Home? Did you make it home? No. Why not? Vesta called me and said that Puff wanted me to come to the studio. What did you do after you got the call? I went straight to the studio. How long were you at the studio? Until like 1 the next day in the afternoon? Did you get to go home after that? After being at the studio until 1 p.m. the next day? No. Where did you go instead? Puff's apartment. And what did you have to do there? I was learning that so like his security and his assistants and whoever needed to, whenever Puff was ready to essentially settle in, you went back and made sure that everything he needed, that they were showing me how to set up. And yeah. And when did you go? And when did you get to go home? A few hours after that. How long were you able to be home before you had to return to work? I don't remember the exact time. I just remember being too nervous to risk it, like taking a nap because the time period wasn't that long. So essentially just to kind of rest and then get ready again. So Mia, how much did you sleep during your first 24 hours on the job? I didn't. What did you think about that? I sort of took it like a challenge, or maybe this was just for the trial period, or maybe it was like, I don't know, it was kind of like this is how it is. But there had to have been a TV show 2 years prior called I Want to Work for Diddy where it looked like this fit the norm. So I don't know, I thought maybe it was part of the trial. When you were working for Mr. Combs, how often were you required to go without sleep? All the time. what if what if any expectations did you have about when you would be able to sleep next? At that was the thing. Like I didn't. I can usually power through, but like I remember when I was younger waking up for school being tired and I would be like, "Okay, Mia, you get out at 3, you can sleep then." Your Honor, non-responsive, Steele. It's overruled, so Steele objected somewhere over here, okay? Shout out to everybody, guys. I will acknowledge the chat. Well, let me acknowledge it now. Raven Willow Dragon, thank you for becoming a member. Personal Page, thank you for becoming a member. And Ginny, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you guys. Thank you, thank you. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, please, and thank you. Let's keep going. She's told she can continue. I remember thinking, like, let's say I had been awake for 2 days or something. I didn't have anything to hold on to because I didn't have an idea of when that could happen, when I can go to sleep. What was the longest period of time you went without sleep because of your work for Mr. Combs? 5 days? Generally, what were you doing in those 5 days? Working. We were traveling. I just remember the last part being in Las Vegas. So there was always a million things going on. I remember he had a club appearance, but also he had a few impromptu music video sets. So you're running around doing whatever needed to be done. Were you taking any medication at the time that had the effect of helping you stay awake? Yeah, I guess so. I've had ADHD. She has ADHD and had been had a prescription since I was like 17. I took, sorry, somebody's at the door. I take Adderall, so that helped me. Were you taking any particular kind of Adderall at that time? Yes. All right. Sorry, guys. Were you taking any particular kind of Adderall at that time? Yes. At that time, it was extended release. And if any effects did that, and what if any effects did that extended release Adderall have on you? It would allow me to, yeah, I guess it was much stronger than normal. So it allowed me to quasi function or stay awake. Why did you finally get to go to sleep? I had like a physical, and I guess I had like a physical breakdown. Like I remember just like my hearing went out, like it felt like I was underwater and my equilibrium was off, and I started not seeing things, but like blur vision or like lights that weren't there. And then out of nowhere, like didn't mean to, but I burst into tears hysterically and was like, I couldn't stop crying. Did anyone tell you you could go to sleep at that point? Yes. Who? Puff. Why did you not sleep before that? Because I was working. All right. Next, I want to talk about some of your duties as a personal assistant. Before I do that, I would like to direct your attention to the binder in front of you on the top there. Okay. Exhibits are shown. Could you please look up when you're done? Oh, sure. Do you recognize these documents? Mia? Yes. What generally are they? They're correspondences with me and Puff, and me and people that work with Puff for Puff. And how do you know that? Because I recognize them, and I also see like our emails or phone numbers. Now, are they fair and accurate representation of your communication with Mr. Combs and various employees? Yes. Okay. Exhibits are offered. No objection. Hold up. Exhibits are offered. The court asks if objections. Steele says same objections will previously had and will rely on. Otherwise, court says understood. So the exhibits are submitted under seal. Now, to be fair, Steele is saying right here they might have had. And I'm pretty sure they did. They had a sidebar before to kind of object to a lot of this, but okay, they're still moving forward with it. Okay, and so exhibits are entered into evidence. Mia, could you please look through the other binder that's sitting on the left and look through and look up when you're done? Okay, and those are more exhibits. Do you recognize these documents? Yes. What did you say? Yes. Are they redacted forms of documents you just looked at in the other binder? Yes. Okay. So more government exhibits are listed. Okay. You can set those binders aside, Mia. Now I want to focus on some of your duties as personal assistant. Okay. More exhibits are pulled up. Mia, what is this? This was just a normal, this was just a brief, informal list of things, some of the responsibilities or things that I did on a daily basis that was appropriate to put in an email. And who did you send this list of responsibilities to? Tony Bias Fletcher. When did you send it? I sent it on November 10th, 2011. And why did you send this to Tony? Because I believe it was after a comment. I don't even know what you do all day. Comment from Puff. And then Tony, sorry. Okay, let me stop right here. She is being asked, why did you send this to Tony, who's head of finance? She responds, because I believe it was a comment. I don't even know what you do all day. And this was a comment that came from Puff. And then Tony, she says, and then Tony, sorry. Okay, the question continues. So Mr. Combs asks, what do you do all day? Is that right? Yeah. Just sort of, it was like a threatening. I don't know if it was a tactic, but Tony was like, okay, well, let's just send me this list so that this can't be said again. Okay, so they were going to send this list. Okay. Okay, let's focus on a few things that are in the document. All right, more exhibits are highlighted. Can you please read this, Mia? Yes, all of PD's social media presence. And who's PD? Puff. Did you help manage Mr. Combs' social media presence? Yes. Okay. Miss Foster, could you please highlight now where it says main liaison? And could you read that, Mia? Main liaison between PD and Hollywood. What was that part of your job too? It was. It became that. Okay. Um, more. Miss Miser tells Miss Foster to zoom out and highlight areas of the documents. Mia, what does that say? PD's daily routine. Keeping him on schedule. Any requests PD has either completing or tasks, make sure that it's done by others. Okay, Miss Foster, could you please turn to page 2? Was everything on this page also part of your job? Yes. Okay. And then more exhibits are highlighted. Mia, could you read this? Yes. Protect him at all times, his privacy, etc. Stay attached to BlackBerry 24/7. Staying with PD's eyesight unless he advises otherwise. Always while on duty. Listening, asking, hearing, prioritizing, and translating PD's situations. Maintaining PD daily routine in both professional and private circles from the minute he wakes up in the morning until the moment he falls asleep at night, and even in the interim, anticipating his needs, whims, and moods. Let me stop you right there, Mia. Why was it important to anticipate Mr. Combs' needs, whims, and moods? Because he dictated. It determined like, sorry, it dictated a day. Okay. Okay, more. Miss Foster, zoom out. Could you please highlight the bottom where it says every single day is different? Could you please read that, Mia? Every single day is different. PD can ask you to do 17,000 things at one time that range from cracking his knuckles to writing his next movie to doing his taxes. He can also just have you standing next to him for 24 hours and not ask you one thing. Okay, you can take that exhibit down, Miss Foster. Mia, when you started working as a personal assistant for Mr. Combs, did you have an apartment? Yes. Where was that apartment? It was in New York City. How often did you stay there when you worked for Mr. Combs? Not very often. My roommates made a joke that they lived with the ghosts. Where were you staying if you weren't in the apartment? Wherever Puff was. And what cities did Mr. Combs live when you were working for him? Besides New York, he lived in Los Angeles and Miami. So focusing first on Los Angeles, where did you stay when you were in Los Angeles? When I first started, I stayed in the staff house, and then I moved into Puff's house at 9933 Beverly Grove. And focusing on Beverly Grove for a second, did Mr. Combs have that house before you started? Yes. And approximately what years did Mr. Combs live in 9933 Beverly Grove? When you were there? I believe he moved in 2010. So 2009 and 2010? Yes. And where did you live in LA after 9933 Beverly Grove? Then into his second house, 9374 Beverly Crest Drive. Approximately what years did Mr. Combs have at that home? I think it was 2010 until 2014, I think. Are you estimating? Yes. At some point, did you get your own apartment in Los Angeles? Yes. Approximately when was that? I believe it was 2013. And where did Mr. Combs move around in 2014 when he moved out of Beverly Crest House? He moved to Mapleton. What was the address? I believe it was 200 South Mapleton Drive. When Mr. Combs was in Miami, where did you stay? If I was lucky, the guest house. If not, the main house. Was that Mr. Combs' home in Miami? Yes. What was the address? 2-Star Island. Mia, when you were in Mr. Combs' home, were you able to leave them whenever you wanted? Oh, no. Why not? I wasn't allowed. I had to ask permission. And who would you have to ask permission? Puff. How did you learn that you needed Mr. Combs' permission to leave? Well, one time, I thought I'm sorry. I thought that let's say everyone was asleep or I was quote unquote off the clock, that I could leave. But one night, I remember it was super late and it was like LA closed at like 2 or something in the morning, and Puff had gone to bed, and I was so desperate just to see some friends that I hadn't seen anybody outside of the world for a minute. And I left to go meet up with them somewhere after Puff was asleep, and I got in big trouble. And what happened when you got in big trouble? Security. I'm not sure exactly who it was, like called me and to let me know he was sending them to find me. And yeah, I didn't realize I wasn't allowed to leave. Do you remember about when this was? I know it was at the first house. So 2009 to 2010 approximately. Yes. Mia, when you were living in Mr. Combs' home, were you allowed to lock your bedroom? No. Why not? Because Puff said, like, this is my house. No one locks my doors. That's like, so my room was essentially not really, that was just a place that I was staying. It was still his house. Were there any other employees who lived in Mr. Combs' home when you did? Yes. Who generally? Whatever security was there with us. And what security regularly worked what security regularly worked for Mr. Combs when you were there? Uncle Polly, D-Rock, Bonds, and Rube. Did you know if security was allowed to lock their bedroom doors? Yes, they could. And how do you know that? Because the rooms were right next to mine, and one had a deadbolt, and the other one had a keypad where the cameras were. Were there other personal assistants working for Mr. Combs when you started work? Yes. How many? When I started, apparently there were like 3 had just left, so there was only one at a time. And who was that? His name was Malcolm McCraig. Malcolm McCraig. No, let me write this down. Malcolm McCraig, name dropped. What was your understanding of how the number of personal assistants would change? I was told that they were actively objection from Mr. Steele. Oh, the court says overruled. Oh, you can answer. I was told by Vesta that they were actively looking for more assistance because typically they had at least 4 or 5, something like that. So yeah, so that, kind of thing, like hang tight. We're filling in those roles ASAP. Approximately how long did Malcolm, the assistant who was there when you started work for Mr. Combs while you were there? Like maybe 7 or 8 months. Were you the only personal assistant when Malcolm left? Yes. So approximately for how long? A year. How did you feel when you were the only personal assistant? I didn't have time to feel, but like insane. What, if anything, did Mr. Combs tell you about being the only assistant? He pulled me to the side, sort of, and like this was just like going to be temporary, but that he, trusted me and he knew we could do this together. And it would be like, it was sort of like an I believe in you, but like an awesome pep talk, and also positioned it in as though like we were going to be doing this as a team. He's like, I just need a second brain. Like I need somebody. And he believed in me and trusted me. And it was going to be hard and it was going to be crazy, but we were going to like get it through this, like through it. So it felt, I don't I don't know how to explain it. It felt like a like wow, like you believe in me, so I'm going to prove myself. Yeah. But was it difficult to be the only personal assistant? Yes. At some point did Mr. Combs hire additional personal assistants? Yes. Who were some of the others that you worked for? Sienna Lee, Neil Dominique were the first assistants that came in. Like they stayed for a period of time. Okay, let's highlight those. And then later came Kala Flockner or Kayla Flockner. Okay. From what you could see, was your experience the same or different from these other personal assistants? Different. How did your responsibilities compare? I felt like I was responsible for everything, even though if somebody didn't do something they were supposed to do, regardless of how long they had been there, it somehow I got in trouble for it. I never got time off. They both of them, essentially Neil, especially Neil, had time off all the time. I was pushed if I had, I was punished if I had. Let's say it was on the schedule that I had off, and both of them had it. And if at 4 a.m. that changed, then Neil was given off for something, and then I was like held responsible for not, if I guess got the message a little too late, I didn't get it. I rarely ever got to like run errands. I just felt like I felt like I was bearing a brunt of everything. And that I could never get like a free moment. So you felt like you had more responsibility, like 1,000 times more. You mentioned that you sometimes got punished. What do you mean by that? I guess there's various ways of punishment. It was a lot of getting cursed at, humiliated, berated, but all my intelligence insulted, my job threatened quite a bit. And who did those things? Puff. Well, let's talk about them in more detail soon. But first, I want to ask you about a few different people. Okay, more exhibits get pulled up. Do you recognize this person, Mia? Yes. Who is it? George Kaplan. And what was George Kaplan's role? I believe he was the executive assistant at the beginning, and I think Brian Ofert, an executive, and then I believe he transitioned to being a personal assistant to Puff. Was he a personal assistant to Mr. Combs before or after you? After. Okay. More exhibits. Do you recognize this person? Who is it? Do you recognize this person? Yes. Who is it? Ryan Lopez. And what was Ryan Lopez's role? Hold up, y'all. Documenting this. He was a personal assistant to Puff. Before or after you? After me. Okay. More exhibits are pulled. Do you recognize this person? Yes. Who is it? Ellie Maroon or Marone? Did Ellie Marone perform any assistant duties? Yes, he did. For whom? For Puff. Is that before or after you were personal assistant? After. Okay. Ms. Foster, could you please display just for the court these exhibits? Do you recognize this person? Yes. Who is it? David Shirley. And how do you know? And how do you know from the picture? Do you know him from working for Mr. Combs? Oh yes, sorry. Yes, I'm sorry for working for Puff. Okay. And is it fair and accurate representation of Dave Shirley? Yes. Okay, Your Honor. All of these are offered into exhibits and admitted. Okay. What was Mr. Shirley's role? I believe he was also an assistant role for Puff. And before or after you? After. Okay, you could take that down, Ms. Foster. All right, Mia, you testified earlier that your title, your next title after personal assistant was Director of Development for Revolt Film. Is that right? Yes. What is Revolt Film? Revolt Film was a production company that Puff and I started together. How, if at all, did Revolt Film differ from Revolt TV? They were completely separate. They were just names similar for branding purposes. What was Revolt TV? Revolt TV was a network. When approximately did you become the director of development of Revolt TV? Or excuse me, film? Well, the official title was granted in 2013. Had you been doing some film work before that? Yes, a lot of it for about 2 years. And at this point in time, in 2013, had you been a personal assistant for approximately 4 years? Yes. So you had done about 7 or 8 months of work with Malcolm, right? Yes. And then a year on your own, right? Mm-hmm. And then some personal assistants joined. Yes. How many people were working for Revolt Films at the time you made the transition? It was just me. And did why did this transition happen? Because I had been doing, so essentially I was running his film production company and I had to beg for it. It had been for years. And it had been being kept promise. And then finally, I believe new executives in the office came in and helped it move along. Did you want to work for Revolt Films? Yes. Why? Oh, because that was my dream. That was like I was doing, even though I had to still do all of the insane assistant duties or just be the next to him. Like the joy that I would get out of doing the TV and the film was like overwhelmingly awesome. So when you started with Revolt Films, were you still performing personal assistant duties? Yes. What was your base salary with Revolt? 70,000. And how did that change over time, if at all? Well, eventually, I believe a few years later, it was like up to 100,000. Were you supposed to be paid anything in addition to the base salary? Yes. What was that? Bonuses per project? Did you always get those bonuses? No. What were just some of your responsibilities with Revolt at a high level? At a high level, it was identifying projects for investment purposes. So to get like EP credits for Puff and developing and creating our own projects as vehicles for Puff to start in as well. Okay. The court interrupts and says, Ms. Miser, yeah, can we take a break here, Your Honor? Okay. The court says, let's take a short little break. We'll come back in a few minutes. All right. So there's a break here and the jury rises. Now, let's see what happens here. I want to see if there's a sidebar. Okay. Oh, wow. There is no sidebar. Wow. There was no sidebar during that break. They just took a break. Okay. I'm a little surprised. Wow. Hold up. I got to store my coffee. Oh my God. I just splashed on myself. Hold up. Okay, let's get Mia back on direct. Okay, please be seated. Let me put a little marker here so I know. And let me look at the chat real quick. Thank you so much. Is it Louisa Kim? Hello from South Korea, Rabbit. Thank you for doing this. Oh my God, South Korea? I don't remember if I've ever had a super sticker from South Korea. Thank you, Louisa Kim. Thank you so much for this. Aw, that really means a lot. Thank you, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Oh my goodness, thank you. Okay, let's see. Okay. Questioning continues. Thank you. I appreciate everybody that's here. Hold up. Now, let me do one more thing before I forget. I forgot to add this to the chat. I see my beautiful, wonderful mods doing all of this, but I'm going to add this here. And I'm going to pin this real quick for anybody that wants to continue to support. There it is on the chat box. All right. Okay. Mia, before we broke, you were just talking about some of your responsibilities with Revolt Film. When you got the new title with Revolt, where were you physically working primarily? I was still working out of his house. Whose house? I'm sorry, Puff's house. Okay. And at some point, did you stop working primarily in Mr. Combs' house? Yes. Approximately when was that? I believe it was probably like late 2015, like somewhere around then. And then there was a kind of a time period where it would be like offices, his house, office, his house, and then eventually it was like the office mainly after I think around the end of 2016, something like that, end of 2015 or end of 2016, end of 2015, end of 2016, somewhere around there. Yes. Next, I want to transition to a new topic. Okay, more evidence to display. Mia, do you recognize the person depicted here? Yes. Who is it? It's Cassandra Ventura. Do you know Miss Ventura by any other name? Yes. What? Cassie or Cass? Is that what you called her? Yeah, I called her Cass. How do you know Cassie? I met her working for Mr. for Puff. And how would you describe your relationship with Cassie? We became like sisters, like best friends. Are you still friends today? Yes. Okay. Can you take that down, Miss Foster? Okay. So when you were working for Mr. Combs, what was your understanding of his relationship with Cassie? That was that she was his girlfriend? How often did you see Cassie and Mr. Combs together when you were working? All the time. At a high level, how would you describe the relationship? It was a cycle of like highs and lows. It was unequal, toxic. When I say abusive, I don't mean that she had any, it was like it was like abusive towards her. Ooh, peep this. No objection from the defense, okay? Was there any violence in the relationship? Yes. We'll talk some more about that soon. First, what was Cassie's profession? She was a recording artist. In your role as a personal assistant for Mr. Combs, did you have exposure to aspects of Combs' music career? Yes. Generally, what exposure did you have? All of the executives or people doing business with or for Puff would send all of their any sorry, I had somebody come in my door. Sorry, y'all. Um, hold up. Oh, I lost my place. All of the executives or people doing business with or for Puff would send their anytime they needed an answer through me in order to get the answers for him. So I saw all types of correspondence emails and I was constantly with him in meetings with her. So I mean, I was pretty privy to a lot of what's going on. From what you saw, what was the relationship between Cassie's music career and Mr. Combs' businesses? She was signed to his label. And what, if any, role did Mr. Combs himself play in her music career? He was in charge of it. And what kind of things did you see Mr. Combs do related to Cassie's music, to Cassie's career? He always made the final decision. And what kind of final decision did you observe? That could range anywhere from deciding like the music would be out, what the visual aspects of any music videos, then she would be in the studio, her appearance, and sort of a show or appearance or dates or promotions that she would be involved with. More exhibits. Mia, what are we looking at here? This is an email from Cass to Puff and a number of executives or people involved in her music career and me. Okay. Um, could you zoom in, Miss Foster, to the message on the bottom? So this says it is from Veronica Bang. Who is that? It's Cass. And who did Cassie send this message to? She sent it to Puff, Gwen Niles, Harv Pierre, Capricorn Clark, Matthew Testa, James Cruz, and me. Let's highlight these names. And you said those people were involved in Cassie's music career? Yes. When did Cassie send this message? April 21st, 2012? At around what time? It says 7:30, but it was actually like 4:36 in the morning because we were in Los Angeles. If you know, where was Cassie that night? In my memory, I believe they were at a hotel. Who was she with at the hotel? Puff. Do you have a term for this kind of night from your working with Mr. Combs? Yeah, we call them hotel nights. We'll talk about more about hotel nights soon. But first, focusing on the email, what was the subject line? It says, "Thank you, team, dot, dot, dot." And can you please read what Cassie said in the email? For everything. Okay, she starts reading. For everything, with regret, I have been informed that I cannot perform on Monday due to overages and costs. I work very hard, but I cannot support myself on the things that I need in order to move forward and make the show happen, run smoothly. I appreciate everyone, and I hope that you can understand. Again, I'm very sorry, and I'm doubly sorry for any drama that I have caused at Bad Boy and Interscope or at Interscope. I have tried my very best, but I wish everyone the best. Anyone not attached on this email, I will contact directly so not to disrupt anyone's travel or schedule. Thank you. And this email mentions Interscope. Do you know what that is? Yes. What is that? It was like a bigger record label record publishing company that Bad Boys was signed to. Oh, Baby Bunny's mad. Could you zoom out, Miss Foster? And did Mr. Combs respond to this message? Yes. Could we zoom into the next two emails? Mia, would you please read his response? Make sure you Slevin Hill and let him know you're not ready and you do not want to embarrass yourself. what you let Stephen Hill, I think that's what it means. Make sure you let Stephen Hill and let him know. Make sure you, Stephen Hill, and let him know that you're not ready and you do not want to embarrass yourself. Do you have an understanding of what a Stephen Hill means? He's referring to Stephen Hill. So there's a typo there. Okay. Who was Stephen Hill? He was a president of BET at the time. Can you zoom out, please? Okay. And Mia, would you mind reading his response? If there was an issue, I would. So since you no longer want to support your artist, I have to pull out. No label support, no show. No. Okay. Can you zoom out? And what did you do after these emails? I forwarded them to Tony. And you mentioned earlier that Tony was the chief of staff. Is that right? She was. I don't know when her title like officially switched, but she operated in that position before. And what was she before chief of staff? She was the head of personal finance, but she was still straddling both worlds, like the office and the personnel. So she was involved in a lot, like helping navigate dramatic situations or just kind of someone you could go to if that makes sense. Why did you forward the emails to Tony Fletcher? Well, because I had to keep Tony aware of everything that was going on. And because like Tony, not everything going on, excuse me. Well, because I had to keep Tony aware of everything going on. And because like Tony, not everything going on. Sorry, anything that she was in charge of booking hotels. So she had to keep her, aware of possible something happening. There's the way in which this is typed, or maybe it's the way she's speaking. So she had to keep her aware of possibly something happening. She was also because all those other people were on copy. I knew that it would get to her anyways. So this situation would have affected other situations or other plans that were in place. So I just keep her alert of the things. Oh, wow. That I was like allowed to. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry about that, guys. I had to run. So she had to keep Tony alert. So just keeping her alert of things that I was like allowed to. So you were saying because Cassie had an email other people involved in a career, you need to keep Tony in the loop also? Yeah. Those people work like in the office too. Excuse me. So yeah, keeping her in the loop of everything was going on. When did you send this email? At about 4 a.m.-ish? Okay. Can you zoom out of that? Mia, do you know whether Cassie ended up performing? I believe she did. Was Cassie involved in any other professional projects besides music when you were working for Mr. Combs? Yes. What was she involved in? She was also an actress. And what was your role, if any, related to her acting career? I helped her navigate. I helped her navigate the world. I helped her find representation. I would help her find projects. I would run lines with her, go with her to auditions, go with her to sets if she was shooting. What, if anything, did you see Mr. Combs do related to Cassie's acting career? He was very involved in that, like final decision. The final decisions? Mm-hmm. Was there ever a time when Mr. Combs would come to Cassie's sets? Yes. What, if anything, happened when he was on the set? Objection, Your Honor. Timeline. Court says, can we be a little bit more specific? Sure. Approximately when was Cassie doing these acting roles? Well, she did The Perfect Match, premiered in about 2015 was the year. So around 2015, did you ever see Mr. Combs on a movie set? Yes. What, if anything, did you do on the set? Did he do on the set? Well, production would be really overwhelmed because they were kind of have to stop everything. And he would.
So
I don't know. Everyone would be really nervous. So sorry, guys. I'm somewhat back. So Sammy the Bull Gravano gave commentary about Diddy. They're hiring, like, News Nation is bringing all the mob bosses, I guess, to like give commentary about the Rico case. Make sure I'm in camera. What do y'all think about that? I couldn't get the green screen to work, but that's okay. I mean, Sammy the Bull. What do you guys think?
I'm curious if you, having gone through it all, having been pulled under the RICO statute and been locked away yourself, do you see that racketeering applies in what you're hearing out of Diddy's case so far?
Parts of it, the racketeering law is a very complicated law. I was arrested a couple of times under RICO, and a couple of times I testified in cases that the RICO law was used. And it's easy to understand when you're using it against the mafia or cartel or, an organization like that, a criminal organization. This is a different form of the RICO, where the organization is where Diddy had his company, he used that as a criminal organization. But it's going to be a little hard to understand for a lot of people because it was confusing. Lawyers were confused about it. I'm a little confused about it. I think they have a clear-cut case without the RICO case. I mean, what this guy did is disgusting. I don't think there's a person alive, a man or a woman, especially women, who are not going to hate this guy. Whatever he did was completely disgusting. It's beyond criminal. I don't even know what it is. I look at it like he disgraced everybody. He disgraced the black race by being a black man. I know a lot of black people, and they hate him for it because it painted a picture towards all of them. I think it's being followed all over the world. If he's not found guilty or he's cut free or he does a short amount of time, I mean, I can only imagine what the whole world would think. This is a disgusting country. So there's a lot of things.
Sammy, if you would give me your comparison. I mean, listen, guys in the mob did some terrible, terrible things. The murders were gruesome and violent and painful, and they served a purpose. They were meant to terrify people into staying in line, right? Compare that to the things that you've heard alleged from the witness stand and testimony under oath from a lot of these young women and some of the young men who were his assistants. Compare the guys in the mob to the stuff you're hearing alleged against Diddy.
If we did that in the mob, we would be killed for it. We would never touch women and children and stuff like that. So that's against our rules, our principles. We would never get away with something like that. There was a guy, Roy DeMeo and Gas Pipe, who became serial killers, killing for no reason, and they were killed. So, I mean, if he was in the mafia, and we knew what he was doing, he would have been killed. There would be no trial.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
I don't know, but I'm biased. But okay, Chris. Okay, and then they interview. Who would they do this? Let's see.
Now, the parade of witnesses with horrible things to say about P. Diddy's behavior continued today, and today may have been one of the worst, apart from Cassie. I know I keep saying that. Yesterday it was bad because I saw a lot of crimes being testified to on the stand that lined up with RICO. Today on the stand was a witness with a pseudonym who was yet another employee of Diddy's, but this one not only said she saw horrible abuses and forced coercion and, obstruction of justice and all those kinds of things. She said she herself was also raped 3 times by Diddy. She said that her pay was pulled, for doing things like going out on her own free time because Diddy didn't want her to. The force, the coercion, the control was so highlighted by this young woman. She was too afraid to speak on the stand, barely in whispers all day long. Today, you're going to hear from the woman who prosecuted R. Kelly on RICO. Very similar. So how does she think this case is going? And then you're going to hear from Sammy the Bull Gravano, prosecuted on RICO. What does he think is happening in the P. Diddy case? Do the feds have enough to put P. Diddy away? That's all coming up. Also, in those manhunts, dang, these guys know how to stay hid. 2 of those inmates from the 10 New Orleans escapees are still out there, tattoo face guy and one other. Unbelievable. Either they have way more help than the other guys had, or they're just real smart at staying under the radar. And then the cop, not just a cop, a police chief, the rapist, murderer, police chief, that guy who somehow fashioned himself a law enforcement uniform and walked out of his cell a couple days ago. He is in the Ozarks. They call him the devil of the Ozarks. And the places where he could hide are so numerous. But is this guy old and out of shape, any match for all the really young, tough law enforcement officers that are hunting him down with dogs? You're going to get an update to that. Also, you'll find out why his kitchen job may have helped him to escape. And then remember Wade Wilson? There's a theme going on with tattoo faces, but Wade Wilson was that feller with the tattoos all over his face. Yeah, that guy. Apparently, he's got legions of girls who love him, send him all sorts of notes in prison. But suddenly, this guy who ruthlessly murdered 2 women he didn't even know is a little bit scared for his own life. Yeah, Turns out on death row, Wade Wilson is scared. He's scared of the big, dangerous killers that he's housed with. 2 in particular, he says, want to kill him. And the ladies who love him, apparently they're doing everything they can to protect him. I'll tell you about that and what they're up to in just a moment. But first, it has been a steady stream of gut-wrenching allegations since day one of the Diddy trial. But today, the testimony took things to a whole new level.
P-Tang, did you block me? So anytime I'm always suspect, right? And I know like literally I don't see this guy's comments, whoever this person is. But on my, because I have a second channel, by the way, for those that don't know, on my second channel, I'm able to see comments. But for whatever reason, your comment is not changed. Like I'm not seeing it. Did you block me and then you're in my chat too? That's weird, huh? Typically when I find that, it's because somebody's trying to start shit in the chat. And so, you know, like kind of like stir shit and then leave type of situation. But not one comment from P-Tang is showing up as I am the account owner. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely thank you, Chico. I see you talking to P-Tang. Okay, now I see P-Tang. Okay. I was like, what's going on, P-Tang? Because this is the thing. This is the thing what people do. And let me tell you, sometimes, and I think a lot of people, you don't see it either. I'm seeing it now, but I wasn't seeing the other. I have no P-Tang comments. So I'm like, what's going on? So I'm looking, because I do be looking at stuff. I don't have time all the time, but you know, when I see Chico saying something, I'm like, oh, okay. So now I see your comments. Okay. Well, just keep it cute. And everybody else, I think we back. Are we back? We are back. Okay. Order, come through. That's why I was like, I have a second channel, so I'm able to go on the other account and see things. And I just noticed that. I said, okay. I don't know. All right, then. That's it. Okay. We'll keep an eye out. All right. I think we are back. There must be a glitch or something, because I wasn't seeing his comments. It must have been glitch, because if you block, you wouldn't be able to see the chat. That's right. So something was going on. I wasn't sure if they blocked me or I blocked him or something happened. I don't know. Defense is getting chewed again. All right, here we go. So we are back. Well, before that, they asked for, you know, of course we're on break, but of course the attorneys stay there, right? So the government, the witness has not burden to bring forth evidence to support her claims. It is our burden. Judge says, Mr. Steele, you'll have to ask, does she have texts or emails or something she'd have knowledge of? Steele says, understood. Okay. And we are back. Here we go. Where are we at? Miss Miser, anything. They just gave us a video and they say they intend to use it in violation of the court orders. Mr. Steele, it is a very short video. A happy birthday to Mr. Combs in 2014. It shows her demeanor. Oh, shit. So they have a video and they don't want to show it. Government saying you guys are violating whatever thing we have in place. Judge says it is cumulative. Why wasn't it turned over earlier? I only got it last night. It's a video and audio. The court should know. I gave other impeachment days ago. I don't do that. I know the court doesn't know me. How long, says the judge? 8 seconds. Okay. No, it's 20 seconds, government speaks. And they gave us the exhibits before and after this one, 1749 and 1751. I don't know why they withheld this one. Judge says, I don't understand what you just say. When did you decide to use it? Steele says, yesterday. 1750 is excluded. Oh, shit. So they try to enter a video. Y'all, they have so many things in defense. Okay. So Shapiro for the defense. I understand it's 30 seconds. It shows her different than how she's presented herself here. When was it marked with a number, says the judge. I don't know. We had to redact it. The judge says, when did the defense team review it? Yesterday. The defense is trying to bring in evidence into it at the very, very, very last minute. And the judge is not having it. And the judge is like, wait a minute. The defense is not having it. It shows his ability to program and maintain coercive control as well as Stockholm syndrome. You said, wow. What do you guys think? I'm like, oh my God. So at the last minute, maybe they just found it. Maybe they just found it. I mean, because they do have people working like finding information and receipts and stuff like that. P-Tanks, I was responding to what the guy was saying, nothing towards you. Okay, P-Tank, gotcha. No worries, P-Tank. I was just a little curious because I didn't see your comment, but I saw everybody calling you out and I was like, what's going on? So P-Tank, I apologize if my tone was off. It's just we've been getting a lot of trolls and you just never know what's going on. So I apologize, but you are welcome here. Shout out to you. Mafia abuse their wives though. Oh Lord. They're doing their job. You say maybe they're just sneaky as AF. Well, first of all, they got time to find all this. You know, people are working in the background for this. Okay. Okay. Judge says, Shapiro had said yesterday, why was it not reviewed? Shapiro says, we didn't think of it until we saw how she presented herself. How is that possible? Agnivolo says, let me try. The court says, the court order says you have to have established good cause. That's why I'm asking. Oh, the judge is judging. Okay? The judge is judging. He said what? First of all, the judge wrote rules about the situation. The judge wrote rules about the situation. So I have to kind of wonder, like, what's going on? He wrote rules about this. How did she present herself? That's what I want to know. I mean, is it going to be... is this going to be like a social media post? You guys are going to say that she did this and that? Hold up, y'all. I got to grab something. I have to wonder about this. Okay. Are you staying late today? If the court's staying, I don't know yet. I'll have to see. It just depends on Baby Bunny. I can't promise anything, but I will try. Let's see. Where are we at? In my opinion, the defense has only has reasonable doubt to use. There's so much evidence proving how shitty of a person he is. You know, and that's the thing. But then the question becomes, well, did he commit all these crimes, right? I don't know. I was watching. I saw a little bit of Nate the Lawyer's update, and I feel like, you know, Nate the Lawyer was a former prosecutor. I think that there might be something to be said here. Okay. Okay, so the court says the court order said you have to establish good cause. That's why I'm asking. Shapiro speaks. The judge says, no, we cannot have multiple lawyers speaking on the same issue. You can ask her, did you send this video? If she says yes, it's not impeachment. Whew. They're talking over each other. Agnivolo says, I saw it yesterday. Her affect on the stand might be an act. Oh, what is it about this video? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dang. Wayne, thank you for the $2. The judge is ahead of Diddy's team shenanigans. Thank you for the $2. Oh my gosh. I don't know if it's, but the thing is that don't they have I don't think they just, when did they determine it was evidence? I think that's the issue. Did they wait last minute? If it had been submitted, I think it would have been tagged, but I think that's the issue that he's having. But I wonder about this. Like, if it's evidence, it should be admitted. The prosecution took forever to hand over evidence to the defense. I do agree with that. Why do they take so long? It came in at the last minute, it sounds like. Okay, Agnifilo says, We had to talk with our client. We think the witness of affect is fault. I think someone has determined who she is and send us the video. Who sent you the video, Agnifilo? Who sent you the video? Takes 5 minutes and confer, then answer on why there is good cause. If someone sent it to you at 1 a.m., they send it to you at 1 a.m.? Oh my God. Oh my God. Ag effinifalo. At it again. Oh we. You cannot make this up, man. Oh, that should not be admitted at all? You don't think so? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Take 5 minutes and confer, then answer on why there is a good cause. If someone send it to you at 1 a.m. Oh my God. You said one of the trolls? Gaslit. Mia was originally a witness when they found out she was a victim. That's when they asked for a 2-month delay. The defense was blindsided by her becoming a victim. Ah, Diddy Docket, thank you. So do you think that they should admit what they have, Diddy Docket? Where do you stand with that? Shout out to Diddy Docket. Do you think that whatever, 20-second video that they have, should they be admitting this? Should they be? Let me ask. Let's do a poll, okay? Should they be admitting this? Okay. Should the admission be happening here? In your opinion, let's see. Should the judge admit the video? Admit it. No. Go vote and hit the like button. Can we get to 600 likes, please? Why don't we have 600 likes? Please let me know. Let's go. You said no, Miss Hill? Okay. Okay, look at this. Go vote. Go vote. What did he say? Vote or die? Well, we're not going to do that here, but that's what he did say. Diddy did say that. Vote or die. Okay? Go vote or die. They are allowed so as long as the evidence is directly related to the case and meets standards for authenticity and admissibility. This is a good question. Look at Lindell said, listen, y'all, Lindell, I think, asked a good question. All and any evidence should be admitted. Why not? You said admit it? Okay, admit it. Only if it's impeachable per the rule, and it sounds like it's not. I don't think it's a problem. I'm gonna be honest with you. Just admit it. I don't know. I don't think. It's a video of a birthday. We already get a sense of a state of mind that she was at. Sounds like, she had to use her social media to be with it. I don't think it's gonna change anybody's mind, but I don't know. Miss Toby says it's too late in the game. Oh, prejudicial, says Miss Toby. Okay. All right. See you guys throwing in all those legal words. Okay. We're going to become LawTube pretty soon, except I don't have a JD, so that won't work. I can't be a LawTube channel if I don't have a JD. I think that's a prerequisite. But yeah. Okay. You're 50-50 on her, says the 5. I think a lot of people are too. The defense is playing games. No, do not admit. Sounds fishy though. Sending at 1 a.m. Ooh, who was awake at 1 a.m. to find videos about her? And what does that say about her anonymity? She's not. You got JD Worthward? Are those commercials still around? Excuse me. Y'all, I was starving. I was starving earlier. 1877 cash now. Thank you. Mar Lugo says, admit it so there's no chance of a mistrial later. There you go. Okay. Well, we're waiting. They're going back and forth on this. Okay. You believe Diddy's calling the shots? Okay. We have 80 votes. Look at this poll. This poll is interesting. In your opinion, should the judge admit the video? 48% said admit it. 52% said no. But even if it's admitted, I don't know what difference it's going to make, honestly. Like, is it going to make a difference? I mean, it depending on what side you're on, I guess. I don't know. Thank you, Diddy Docket, for sharing my live. I appreciate you. Okay. Guys, make sure you check out tonight. I'm going to try to hurry up and finish editing the video that we need to finish for Mia's last part of the transcripts. So make sure you check out my video tonight, please, and thank you. You think they're scrambling? It could be edited or manipulated if she didn't post that video, says Gia. Well, how do we know that the person that didn't post or edit the video, how do we know it's original? Like, I thought they had to go through like an authentication process in order to admit videos into evidence. That's Jeanette, that's what I was wondering. Like, how do we know that it hasn't been edited or messed with or anything like that? So if they received it 1 a.m, can we really expect this video to be like edited and processed? And they're still going at it on this one. Okay. CNN isn't even updating yet. Some people are just getting back from lunch. Lindell, was the glove in the O.J. Simpson case relevant? I don't know. I'm not comparing this to the O.J. case, even though I would say it probably has a lot of coverage. These people are $1 million lawyers. I trust that they know what they're doing, even if they have to lose now to win an appeal. Ooh. Oh my God. Well, could they win an appeal? Damn. Flashback to Who Wants to Work for Diddy. The jury has left the courtroom for lunch. Okay. Mia's cross-examination will continue. Come on, y'all. I need everybody to get it together. Can we start already? Can we start already, please? You think the guy is super sus? With technology and the amount of money he got, anything is possible. Anything is possible. Video could be AI. I don't know, man. Does anyone think she's acting? I don't know about that. But I think it's interesting that they're going back and forth on this. I'll say that. It's definitely interesting that they're going back and forth on this. Hit the like, hit the like, hit the like. I don't know. That's what they said about R. Kelly. R. Kelly could win an appeal. And how's that going? How's that going? Okay, here we go. Update. Can we just email everyone our positions? Steele asked. Sure. Okay. And then also Inner City Press wanted to interject this. When will this go into public docket? Inner City Press filed an application and the judge granted it. Thread continues. Okay. So can we just email everyone our positions? Sure. Okay. Well, are they going to show the video or not? Are they going to show the video or not? That's the question. Look at this poll. This poll is like, you guys are like literally, it's somewhat of a tie. It only takes a couple votes here. 51% it said admitted, 49% said no. Now it's 50-50. Now it's 50-50. Oh my God. Okay. So for those that are coming in late, let me give you a quick little recap. They're back from lunch, and I guess a video came at 1 a.m. last night from the defense about Mia. There is a video about Mia at what looks to be a let me see, was it a Diddy party or something like that, like a birthday party? Let me just check a little bit up there. They gave us a video, and they said, okay, so they were having lunch and everything, and then they come back, and the defense received a video. The defense basically tells the government that they have a video of Mia, which speaks to her character, right? This is what the defense is saying. The video is a very short 20-second video of a happy birthday to Mr. Combs in 2014. And people are, the defense feels like this video is of value because it shows her demeanor. It shows her characterization, which I don't know if you guys have picked up, but Brian Steele has kind of like driven that bus of like, and I quote, his question was, how do you stay around with your abuser, or how do you say happy birthday to your abuser type of situation. So he's kind of driven this point to go there. This is what they're going back and forth. Are they going to admit this 20-second video that the defense received at 1 a.m? The judge is interjecting, they're going back and forth, and they cannot decide. That's the quickest recap I can give you. Now hit the like button if you agreed with the recap, and then in the chat let me know if I miss a detail of that recap. Let me know if there was something more that I needed to add to that. This is where we're at. Okay. Yes, Ashley, you're welcome. Shout out to the Poppy Grape Soda. I love grape soda. This is like my favorite thing. Just saying. Shouldn't be drinking too much of it, but it's actually pretty good. Do we have an update? Yes, we do. 7 seconds. Okay, so Shapiro for the defense. Some people on the internet think they have figured out who Mia is. We got this video also from random people on the internet. We don't think this was every post on her social media. It was on some random website. Should we show it to you? Dude, defense said some people think they know who Mia is. I don't know who Mia is. Honestly, I don't know who it is. Okay, so that they got to figure it out. We got this video also from random people on the internet. We don't think this was every post on her social media. It was some random website. Did they find the video from a random website? Should we show it to you? I think you should just show the video. What, like, guys, we're in a trial. Personally, I don't see what the issue is. The more and more I think about it, I'm like, well, like, is it going to, the defense is going to do what they're going to do. You know, she says she used her social media. Allegedly, the day that she was violated on his 40th birthday, there's social media posts on it. You might as well just, I don't understand what the issue is, but I don't know. Y'all. What do you guys think? Let him land the plane as they have been demanded to do all the time. Just let the plane land. So far, the defense, for all they're getting paid, has only said all these people liked it and wanted money. But not much of a defense. A public defender could have done that. Ooh, P-Tang. Okay. All right. You said no? We're fighting about this. And I put a poll up, and you guys, the poll is tied. Right, Coach Lisa, her job was to promote the company. So I don't understand what it is. Yo, the poll is tied. Okay, that's what we got to say. All right, we got an update. All right, video shown, but not on the public screen in the gallery. It has already been redacted, they say, so why not on the public screen for the public to know what is excluded or included and why? This is Inner City Press. They waited until the direct was over, says the government. The government is pissed off. The government is mad. So they showed the video. Oh my, and the government's like, and they waited until direct was over? Oh my God. Oh my God. What do y'all think? Oh my, clutching my invisible. And Baby Bunny took my judge robe too. The only thing I have is my gavel, and I might even lose this soon. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Defense argues to show a video that Mia recorded and sent to Combs wishing him a happy birthday in 2013. Actually, it's 2013. So the defense is arguing to show a video that Mia recorded and sent to Sean Combs, wishing him a happy birthday. The defense didn't give notice at the court or the government until lunch break. See, that's not good. But the judge is leaning towards precluding the video because it is cumulative and notice too late. Okay. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo said Mia's demeanor on the stand is an act, and the defense wants to show the video of upbeat Mia talking to Combs to help prove that her assertions to the jury. The judge is giving the defense 5 minutes to get his story straight as why this video is just coming up now. Oh, man. I don't think the video, let me tell you why I don't think the video is such a big deal. There's a lot of videos out there of Cassie who was interviewing with Diddy, going through everything that she was going through, and she was upbeat too. Like, I don't think that the video is it says anything that we don't already know. Does that make sense? It's how they went about it. Gotcha. So that's how I see it, though. But that's just me, though. Let me know what y'all think. You said he just admitted it from someone on the internet who is assuming who she is. How is that even legitimate at all? Ooh, Nicole. Nicole, that's a good point, right? What did Shapiro say? Hold up. They admitted it. Shapiro says, some people on the internet think they have figured out who Mia is. We got this video also from random people on the internet. Well, then they must have said it's the right person. It had to have been the right person, right? If they admitted it. That part, Nicole. Thank you, Nicole. We don't think this was every post on her social media. It was some random website. Should we show it to you? The video gets shown. But I honestly don't think that the video is like, is it really going to make or break this? I don't know. But you guys let me know. Thank you, Nicole. That was a really good comment. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I got to say. Let me see. You said it was hearsay. Let's see. Do we have an update? 9 seconds. When did defense see it? The judge asked. Yesterday? When was it marked at 1750? I don't know. Okay, did they show? Video is shown, but not for the not for the public. Okay, so maybe they all saw it. And then the judge is asking, when did the defense see it? Yesterday, Shapiro says. When was it marked at 1750? I don't know, says Shapiro. The video is precluded. After the number of social media posts the defense has used, it is cumulative. The defense theory, dubious. Oh, well, okay. Dubious. That can't be good. Hold up. Let me look something up real quick because I want to understand what this means. Okay. Precluded is means prevent or made impossible. This is the legal definition of it. It refers to shutting something off or stopping it from occurring. Okay. So the video is precluded after the number of social media posts the defense has used. It is cumulative. The defense theory is dubious. They just got called dubious. All right. Sounds like the defense lost on that. I don't think they're going to be showing this video. I thought they did show it because the way he wrote this here, video is shown, but not for the public screen or gallery. Is it shown to the jury? So why not for the public screen, for the public? Did they show it to the jury? I was confused by when he wrote this. So they haven't shown it. It is dubious. This video makes them look desperate. The defense theory is dubious. That's what they said. The defense theory is dubious. Keep it moving. We're stuck on here. Thank you, not the jury. That's what I was confused when he wrote that. I thought it was showed it to the jury. Give me a second, guys. Okay. Update. Okay. Steele says, can I ask if she sent it? Yes. Okay, so they can ask questions about it, but they can't show it. I'm going to ask about scrapbooks. Scrapbooks. The prosecution and I have a disagreement. I have 3 copies, one of the jurors to pass around. The honorable prosecutor and I disagree. I love how Steele says the honorable prosecutor. So maybe she created scrapbooks of her time with Diddy in the bad boy thing. I don't know, but he can question her about it. That's what it sounds like. That's interesting. What do you guys make of it? You said trying to gain brownie points with the jury? Which was her job? To create scrapbooks? I don't know. I'm assuming she created scrapbooks, but I guess they have scrapbooks in their possessions. I'm not really sure. You said the plane is starting to lose the wing? The plane is starting to lose the wings. Y'all, the plane is like, it's about to head somewhere. We're fighting over a scrapbook. Like for public relations? Okay. I don't know. Okay, let me look at the poll though. I want to see what you guys are saying. Lord, look at this poll. Admit it, 47% said no. Admit it, 40% said no. Some kind of Biggie tribute in the scrapbook. But why do we know that? Can't wait to see how it's relevant. That was also a scrapbook was brought up. Who brought it up earlier? You said, can you let me know about the video of the scrapbook? Yes. While we're waiting. So a defense was sent a video of Mia for like, it's a 20-second video where in 2014 or 2013, she's saying happy birthday to Diddy. And Agnifilo and team want to admit it because they say it speaks to her character. What sounds like the judge said that this was dubious. They weren't going to admit it. The government is mad because the government's like, you guys waited last minute to admit this. And they were like, well, no, we didn't wait last minute. We got this at 1 a.m. yesterday. So they're going back and forth on this. Okay. And then the judges, I guess, said it's dubious. They watched it. I'm not really sure if they're going to admit it. This is where we're at. Now, Steele is like, can I ask questions about this video? And the judge is like, yes. And then Steele's like, I'm going to ask about scrapbooks. So the prosecutor and Steele having a disagreement. The honorable prosecutor, they're having a disagreement about the scrapbook situation. Okay. I think I've caught everybody else up. Yes. It's interesting how Shapiro said, people on the internet think that they have figured out who this person, who Mia is. So they send us a video, but it's the same video that they want to admit. So like Nicole was saying in the chat, yeah, clearly they figured out who it is if they're trying to admit a video of who she is. Right. So yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy, crazy. And that's kind of where we're at. And that's where we're at. Okay, hold up. Judge says defense can't show the video of Mia's happy birthday greetings to Combs. Okay, but guess what? We all know that there's a video out there. Okay, so that just kind of lets us know that there's a video out there where she was wishing him happy birthday or something. However, judge has precluded the jury about after watching the happy birthday video. He said that the relevance and probative value of the video is minimal and also said it's precluded because of the defense failure to turn it over sooner to the government. They received it last night at 1 a.m, per what they said. He said defense attorney Brian Steele can still ask Mia about the video. So he'll still be able to ask about the video. He just can't. They can't show it to her. That's what they're doing. In Franny law, prosecution is mad, like, and they wait until we're done with our direct to talk about this video. Absolutely. So I'm sure that they'll probably at some point during cross, they'll bring this back to it. So yeah. This is interesting. Yeah, they say that the video speaks to her character. Like, and Agnifilo said in public, that, her demeanor, hold on, and I quote, I don't want to speak for Agnifilo, the great almighty Agnifilo, but he said, what'd he say? We had a talk with our client. Somebody came in. Spiro, Agnifilo, where'd you go? I don't know if I can find the comment, but it was something to the effect of like, she's not telling the truth, or she's not honest. It speaks to her character. That what she's showing right here is not who she is on this video. But mind you, this video is like, how many years old? 2013, 2014. Okay. And it says, I think someone has determined who she is and send us a video. So Agnifilo is like, he's trying to injure her character on the stand. Anyways, all right, moving on. Get it together, everybody. Okay, get it together. Update. You can give it to them for a couple of minutes. Bring me back with then the jury. Okay. What is the Breakfast Club? Okay, we're starting. The questioning still starts, and he starts with, what is the Breakfast Club? The name of our camp. Puff's friend group still partying at breakfast. I was invited once. I was invited in once. Okay. It says I was invited in once. You said Charlemagne is not going to enter the chat. Lord have mercy. Charlemagne, I don't know. Will he enter the chat? That is the question. No update. Oh my God, Franny, just thank you for this super chat, Franny, this $20 super sticker, super chat. I hope I answered all the questions. I'm no lawyer, but I only play one on YouTube. I play a judge on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you, Franny. I appreciate it. That was really sweet of you. Okay, we are waiting. Thank you. You said, yes, he can testify as to the contents of the video since it can't be shown legally. That's right, Egyptian. You're absolutely right. Abram, were you here earlier? I feel like I missed you. Thank you, Franny La. We're waiting. Somebody said eggs and ecstasy for breakfast. Lord have mercy, no. Well, now that we know the results, I'm going to call this poll down. But this is an interesting poll. That's a good poll. Y'all did a good job on that poll. That was an intense conversation. I'll say that. Oh, man. Somebody said, in this case, the defense have given themselves an uppercut. Brian's still questioning earlier was pretty rigid, even from social media, and given them points. Credibility now tanked after this stunt. Ooh, how do you guys think about Brian still questioning? This transcript is going to be very interesting. I will say that. Okay. Defense continues to cross-examine the cross-examination of Mia as jury returns after lunch break. Okay, so Mia's back on the stand. Defense attorney Brian Steele is continuing his cross-examination of Mia, a former employee of Sean Diddy Combs, who is testifying under a pseudonym. Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Nothing, no update. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. We're waiting. CNN is not saying anything. Washington Post. Okay, so the lawyers are off to a slow start after the lunch break. With the jury still out of the courtroom, the defense called Mia's somber demeanor on the stand false. That's Agnifilo said that her demeanor was false. and try to enter into evidence a video that shows the witness dancing and at a party. Okay, hold up. We have an update now. Here we go. So the name of our camp, Puff Friends Group, still partying at breakfast. I was invited in once. Steelden says, this message from South Africa, you you pounded what? Hashtagged this Diddy fan club? Yes, it was run by a girl who shamelessly promoted Puff. She was so sweet. He supposedly drugged and argued you on his birthday, November 4th. How did you not mark that? Let me know. He said pounded. I'm like, hashtagged? I forget, people. It is a pound sign. The hashtag is a pound sign. I remember when people were first using the hashtag. They were using the hashtag, and yeah, that was interesting. I know it was like it's like the pound sign. What's the pound sign? Okay, he supposedly drugged her and argued her on his birthday, November 4th. How did you not mark that? He supposedly drugged you and argued you November 4th. How did you not mark that? That's what he said. Brian Steele, you're showing yourself there. This message from South Africa, hashtag this Diddy fan club. Yes, it was run by a girl who shamelessly promoted Puff. She was so sweet. He supposedly drugged and argued you on his birthday, November 4th. How did you not mark that? Okay. Yeah. You said it was mean? What do you mean? I don't know. Like he's supposed to mark every time she was AR'd? I don't know what that means. You said not a groupie trying to help Diddy. Yeah, I don't know what this means. This message from South Africa, you pounded, hashtagged this Diddy fan club. And she responds, yes, it was run by a girl who shamelessly promoted Puff. She was so sweet. He supposedly drugged and argued you on his birthday, November 4th. How did you not mark that? What did you want her to do? A social media post? How'd you want it? Like, I'm confused by the question. That would have been an objection. Your question is weird. Sustain. That can't be his. That's what it says. Now I'm wondering what the transcript says. Right. You said from the sounds of it, all the days could have been marked on the calendar. I mean, is that what we have to do now? What? That's what he said. Look, I'm not even joking. Let me he says that's his response. He supposedly drugged and argued her on his birthday, November 4th. How did you not mark that? This is what Steele said. I guess you're supposed to do that, okay? You're supposed to mark it on the calendar. You said, wouldn't it be easier to mark the days it didn't happen? Yeah. Okay, Lawyered Up says, at least from the reporting that I saw, Mia implied that something was in her drink before she was AR'd. Now, I will say that I did feel like there was an implication, but she never said it. Like, she was saying something to the effect of, she'd taken 2 drinks before. She had never felt like that. And so taking these, it made her feel like she was off. But she never said that he drugged her. She implied it. I do feel like she implied it. Now, Steele is asking overtly about her being drugged in art. I'm sorry, but it is not a good way to frame the question. And I don't even know the purpose of the question. What Steele should have done, he should have looked at the transcripts and said, here you said this. Are you saying that he did this or he didn't do this to you? You didn't say that? Okay. Let the record show for the jury that she was not drugged by Diddy. She just took 2 drinks and she never felt like she had taken 2 drinks before. He spent too much time on this, and I think that was not a good idea as well. You know? On his birthday. It was definitely implied. I have the transcript up, and I have that side highlighted. She definitely did imply it. And let me see. She said, and I quote, that she said, I was in my 20s. 2 shots would have not made me feel that way. Okay. Before that, had you been drinking that night? She said, no. How did these shots that you took with Mr. Combs make you feel? I remember thinking like, whoa, did I not eat something? How did they affect me? How did these shots make you feel at this point? I was in my 20s. 2 shots would not have made me feel this way. So she lists what happened, but she doesn't say that he drugged her. He gave her the drinks. So I think he has to be careful with that. I kind of agree with that. Okay. Steele says, you supposedly drugged and argued on his birthday, November 4th. How did you not mark that? I wanted to forget it. I pushed it down, says Mia. Are you finished? Yes. You put aside, why does he say, are you finished? Yes. You put aside, you say you saw Mr. Combs abuse your sister. Your best friend, Cassie. You put it aside and post this. Yes. You wrote this. Puff at iHeart. Oh, okay. So he's basically like, you said this here, but this is what you did here. You said this here, but this is what the reality was. You said here this, but this is the reality. So kind of calling into question everything credibility-wise that she has said and done. And that's what Brian Steele is doing. Yeah, I think so. And then he says, are you done? Like, is she crying? And then let me see what CNN is saying. Jury has shown more photos of Mia posted on social media for Combs' birthday. Okay, defense attorney Brian Steele asked Mia how she could post about his birthday without recognizing the significance as the time he allegedly assaulted her for the first time. It was Puff's birthday. That's what the date was. And I try to forget that night and shove it down. I never want to think about it again. Okay, that's what she said. So, yeah. That is interesting. That is interesting. So she continued to do her job? Sounds like it. Sounds like she did. But yeah, thanks defense for proving evidence that she was still doing her job. Oh, there you go. That she still didn't get paid for the things that she was doing. I mean, he was a shitty boss. Now, whether you believe any, like, he was a shitty boss. That's what it sounds like. That's for sure. And definitely an abusive character and somebody who should not be in position of power whatsoever. He's separating the victim from the employer. Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay. And like I said, it happened multiple times. And when I read the transcript, there were times where she wasn't drugged. There were times where she was completely sober and she was assaulted and she didn't scream. There was one specific event. I'll let you guys know while we wait. She talks about she was in his closet and she was putting things away or whatever. And she didn't know somebody was there. He was there. And then he essayed her there. She didn't scream. She didn't do anything. She didn't say anything. She just wanted it to hurry up and be done. There was another event in the bathroom where he where he made her give him OS. Okay, there was that. And she talked about that. She said it was very quick and it just happened and she just pushed that down. So there was so many SA events. None of those got reported. Cassie didn't know anything about this, even though as close as she was to Cassie, doesn't even look like Deontay Nash knew about this. It doesn't even look like HR knew about this. They knew about a lot of other things. They knew about him being physical with her, but they didn't know about all these other events. Okay. So there's that. Okay. There were many, many, many events. So, but there's no police reports. She never filed anything. She never did anything at all. You said HR was the diddler. Period. This right here. This right here. That's what it sounds like. I mean, they ran their own thing. They did their own thing, if you know what I mean. Some people journal, so maybe he's saying that you didn't journal this incident. That like she didn't self-document. She was scrapbooking. Typically people, and I don't want to generalize, but like people that I know that scrapbooked are people that would like keep certain significant events like that. You're right, Egyptian. Some people journal, so maybe he's saying that you didn't journal this incident, you didn't journal this, and this happened to you. Absolutely. People have to understand how things were back then. Absolutely. And it was different. And she says that too, by the way, baby Kate, thank you for making this point. Most times you had to go along to get along. And that was encouraged by society. And I say this as a 59-year-old woman from experience. Shout out to you, baby Kate. I agree with this. And she says, Mia says, this was before the Me Too movement. This was, and I think, I will say, like some folks feel like the Me Too movement got a really bad rap. There's some people that feel like many things were unjustified from it. Where do you guys stand with that? Because we've had conversations about this before too on this channel about like the Me Too movement. Is there data to show and support that? Like from all of these allegations that came out, especially from the industry, how many of them were valid versus how many of them weren't? I mean, you have Weinstein right now, who's like at a retrial, right? You have things like that. So like you definitely want to avoid a what's the word? Anybody getting overturned or a mistrial and stuff like that, right? So did we get it 1000% correct with the Me Too movement? Did that really like get it all the way around? Let me know. Let me know. I hope this works. I know I put myself up there. Thank you. Hopefully you guys can read those tweets. Tweets, not treats. Tweets. That are the crimes are tough to prove. Yes, some of them are valid, some of them were civil, some of them were criminal, but I do have to wonder, do you guys feel like where do you guys land with that? Yeah, definitely. Do you remember how many people came out after that? You think that the Me Too movement discredited a lot of true survivors? That's an interesting point, Ashley, because people have said that too, actually. Like some people feel like the Me Too movement was a good thing, and some people feel like it was a bad thing, that it didn't do what it was supposed to do, or at least the vision that people had, if that makes sense. So you're not the only one that feels that way. Okay, do we have an update? Yes. Okay. What are you doing here? What? Hold up. Let me zoom in just so my people can see. Y'all, I know I zoomed out a little bit more. Hopefully you guys can read those. What are you doing here? Okay, so he's probably showing her a picture. promoting Puff's appearance on Blackish. It's a comedy show. Were you aware of the hashtag #MeToo movement? That was a great movement. Mia says yes. What are these? Me and Puff at Burning Man, then on Blackish. Oh. What do you guys think? They're just showing their evidence. You never supported the Me Too. I felt like it was hijacked and made a mockery of. The idea was great, but then there was members who were also predators, says Lila. Ooh. She's a smart woman, and she knows the word play, implying and directly saying that's going to be assumed by the jury, says Moni. I think it started out with good intentions, but it was hijacked. That's what people were saying too. You guys are saying kind of the same thing, almost. The majority of you guys are saying the same thing. That the movement was hijacked. Okay, we're waiting for an update. So Mia's praises of Sean Combs merges as a key part of the defense case, which we kind of knew that was going to happen, that they were going to go with the social media posts. If there was some. Well, experts believe that SA victims address trauma in various ways, including by masking painful events. Mia was vehement in her posts that Sean Combs was wonderful and she adored him immensely. Okay. Abusers, however, are capable of being extremely charismatic and affectionate, according to experts on SA and trauma. Those doses of love can temporarily override a victim's feelings about a person. Mia made allusions to the theory of victim behavior during her testimony. I guess I'll leave it up to the experts to go into it, she told the defense lawyers. The highs were high and the lows were low, she said. Okay. We don't have an update. You said Amber Heard ruined the Me Too. Chantel, there are people that believe that Amber Heard is, and there might be some in this chat. You all let me know. But there are people that believe that Amber Heard is a victim. I'll be honest with you. I believe that both Johnny Depp and Amber Heard were toxic to each other. Completely. But there are people that believe, and I've seen it in my comments, that truly believe that Amber Heard was a victim. And I mean, the court of law found what they found. That's where I'm going to leave it at. What I do feel like is that both of those individuals were toxic. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. Yeah, but some people do believe that she's a victim. I don't know. Combs says, you loved Miss Ventura. You meant every word on your social media account. Mia says, I didn't mean every word on my account, but I do love Cass. What's this? A pop-up shop for D-Rock's brand, Invisible Bully. You promoted Mr. Combs? Yes. Wait, his brand was Invisible Bully? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't feel like I followed the case very closely to even know to even make a decision. What I do know is that the court made a decision. See, like I said, there's some people that don't. People have made really good arguments about why she's not, and I know that's been shown different things and whatnot, but people do believe that. I don't know why. I don't know. What about Marilyn Manson? Is Marilyn Manson a victim of the Me Too movement? What about that one? Biggie came up with the name Invisible Bully. Ah, thank you. Shout out to you, Shogun. Shout out to you. Is Marilyn Manson, let me ask again, let's see if you guys can answer me that. Is Marilyn Manson a victim of the Me Too movement? Did you guys hear about Marilyn Manson and all the stuff that happened with him too? And is he a victim? What about Russell Brand? Is he a victim of the Me Too movement? You think, okay, see, Ashley says, I believe that Marilyn Manson was a victim of it. Ah. Do you believe that Russell Brand is a victim of it? I don't, but that's just my opinion. I don't believe anything that Russell Brand says. Yeah. It's interesting because a lot of these celebrities have all had something happening. Is Shannon Sharpe a victim of the Me Too movement too? Think about it. These, and I'm just asking questions, you guys. I don't know the answers to. I just want to know what you guys think in the chat about it. We're waiting for an update. Okay, that's what we're waiting for. Shannon Sharpe. Is Shannon Sharpe a victim of the Me Too movement? He said, heck no. You see how quickly that was? Heck no. I'm just asking. Look at this, Sonia. See, you have to kind of, like I'm just asking questions. Y'all don't get mad at me, okay? Don't get mad at me. I'm really asking questions because people have said that they're, like people have become victims of the Me Too movement. So can we say that about Shannon Sharpe? How do y'all feel about Shannon Sharpe? Which, by the way, nobody's talking about Shannon Sharpe anymore now that the Diddy trial is happening. Do y'all notice that? Shannon Sharpe is like in the background trying to, pick up his ego and everything. I haven't seen anybody say anything about Shannon Sharpe anymore. Maybe I've been busy. I don't know. No update yet. I just love that very quickly y'all answered. It took you guys a minute to answer on the other ones, but y'all answered very quickly on the Shannon Sharpe one. Oh, did I close Washington Post? Here we go. No updates yet. Come on now. Oh, okay. So Mia's demeanor has shifted since her earlier testimony. Hold up. See, do we have an update here? No. Mia's demeanor has shifted since her earlier testimony, when the former Sean Combs assistant shuddered and cried throughout her account of his abuse. On cross-examination, she had been rattled by some of the defense lawyer Brian Steele questions about her social media posts praising Combs, but she almost offered a composed and matter-of-fact response. She did not seem upset when confronted by images of her spending time with Combs. She says who she says arred and repeatedly abused her. Earlier, she had an emotional reaction to some of the prosecutor's question about her job. Mia has testified that her time with Combs left her with complex, severe PTSD, so debilitating that she can no longer keep a job. Okay. So I don't know if she's employed currently, but okay. Let's see. I feel like we need to start looking into the female abusers to men. I like offsetting narratives and bringing balance, says Ashley B. That's an interesting point. Yes, you said it was necessary and we just have to weed out the bad parts. Yo, the chat lit up for a minute when I asked you guys the question. That was hilarious. Hold up. Okay, we have an update. You're saying this is not the way you felt? Objection. Government says it's argumentative. Judge says sustain. How about you are the best unicorn rock star alien? I was trying to say it unique. Wait, did she really call him you are the best unicorn rock star alien? Huh? You are the best unicorn rock star alien. I was trying to say it like she's trying to say uniquely or unique. Okay. That's interesting. All right. I think she wrote that about Diddy, that he was the best unicorn rock star, if I'm understanding this correctly. Right? Where's the plane at? Where's the plane on this one, guys? Where are we at with the plane? Is the plane still stuck in the air? Let me know. Is the plane still floating? I don't know, man. I don't think she's testifying. You talking about Natanya Rubin, baby case? She's not testifying for this trial, I don't believe. Not for this one. I don't think they would permit that at all. Let's see. It's all over. You said Morris is like, Rabbit, it's all over. Don't ask about the plane. It's all over. The plane is gone. Okay. Let's see. Different time frame. Wait, the plane is at the Bermuda Triangle? Okay. Who are the people in this photo? Mia says Mama Combs, Christian, D-Rock, Fahim, Tron. During these IDs, Combs is whispering to Agnifilo. So, okay, get this. So while Mia is identifying these people in this picture, Inner City Press put in here that during the time that she's identifying them, like in the identification, Combs is whispering to Agnifilo. You worked through March of 2017. It was very confusing. She says, on December 6, 2016, you were notified. So there's a lot of whispering between Agnifilo and Diddy happening. It's a lot of whispering. Thank you, Ashley B. Thank you. I feel like this plane is a Malaysia flight that went missing. It's still in the ocean, isn't it, Aries? I did a video on that like 2-3 years ago. Layla, is this just happened? That is sad. Let me see while we wait. Nico McKnight, a strange son of Brian McKnight, reportedly died of cancer. Damn, Brian. You didn't even... Oh, my God, Brian McKnight. Damn. He passed away. Yeah, it's being reported. So, I mean, Brian McKnight. Anyways. I wonder if he even said his goodbyes because he was so estranged from his kids. That's crazy, y'all. No update yet. Yeah, it's being reported he died. Why are we putting Brian McKnight's picture there? Like, this is his son. Oh my God. Here it is. Baller, at least, is doing this one. He died. I didn't even know he was battling with cancer. This is really sad. No update yet. Wow. Yeah, look. Real quick, while we wait. Nico, estranged son of R&B star Brian McKnight, passes away from cancer battle. And they weren't even yeah, that's sad. That's really sad. He was estranged from his kids. Like, he's like, I'm making a new family type of situation. It's crazy. Wow. Let's see. I'm waiting. No update. Okay, did CNN say? CNN isn't even saying anything. Washington Post, no update yet. Oof, we're all waiting. Come on now. Yeah, I mean, they're still trying to figure it out. Let's see. I always going to be close to all of my kids, even though their moms and I aren't anymore together. Aw. Yeah, he passed. For those that are coming in, Brian McKnight's son passed, but he's estranged from his family. That's really sad. Oh my gosh, come on. I don't know. No update. What is going on? Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. No update yet, y'all. We're waiting. Guys, do me a favor, hit the like button, please, and thank you while we wait for an update. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. Pretty much, Vicky. And then his son dies. Like, that's horrible. Strange, nice way to say that he doesn't claim them. Yeah. Wow. No update. Sidebar because we're close to time. They're on a sidebar and we haven't even been updated on the sidebar. Sidebar. One more question. Did D-Rock lure Mia into all of this? I don't think that's my understanding is that she never followed up with him on that whole like calling him back. So Franny Law, very likely that it sounds like D-Rock was still good with Diddy around that time. So I don't think that it happened because she was kind of scared at this point. So she didn't follow up with the phone call. But yeah, no, nothing happened. At least that's what it sounds like. And then Diddy tried to contact her, talking about, I need you to jot my memory on some things or something like that. Yeah. Let's see. Any updates? No updates yet. Yeah, you missed that phone call. Yeah, that happened. I kind of want to know what those transcripts are going to look like. Okay, we have an update. Okay, so she said December 6, 2016, you were notified. I was getting mixed messages. What Steele then says, what was this? I was promoting the Bad Boy reunion tour. I was doing the documentary on. I'm going to show you something. DX1700. I remember this. You did this. It was nice of me. What do you... All of these subliminals. All of these subliminals. No more updates on anywhere. Hold up. Okay, so this is the quote. So defense attorney has left off, Brian Steele has left off before the break, confronting Mia with loving images and social media posts she makes about Sean Combs, the former boss. She says abused her to the point of developing post-traumatic stress disorder. You are the coolest alien rock star unicorn pizza slice, and we are effing love you. And we effing love you. Steele said, quoting one of Mia's posts from 2016, you realize all these posts so far emphasize and promote Mr. Combs? He asked her. The defense is taking advantage of a gap in the prosecution's line of questioning. This is the first time jurors are hearing about the affectionate relationship between the two of you. Yeah, the government did not do a good job on this. Like she taught, if I remember in the questioning, it was something to the effect of, you would say I love you to Mr. Combs and D-Rock. Were you in a relationship? No, but this is just the way that we talked. But they're going in on like little nuances as far as social media posts are going, like something about unicorn pizza and you're the best unicorn type of situation. I mean, there's that. Okay, there's that. No update yet. You said objection, objection, objection. Hold up. We're waiting. I'm waiting. I'm trying to see. So it's interesting that maybe that's the line of questioning. Yeah. You said, I get that they're doing this, but it's always yawning during the defense, says it's Jeannie. Really? I don't know. I mean, today that they're grilling her, they're not going to be done until I think Monday. They're going to have to, Monday morning is when they'll be done. And then they'll bring in Enrique Santos. Enrique Santos. Hold up, y'all. I got to do something real quick. What is today's day? May 30th. May 30th. Okay. You recently, yes. Okay. You weren't seeing it either? I'm not the only one. There was people that weren't seeing. I wasn't seeing it, but everybody else was seeing it. But it sounds like P-Tang was just responding to somebody else. Oh my God. Hold up. Let me shout out. Coco's mom, thank you so much for this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will definitely put it aside for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I remember this. You did this? It was nice of me. Yeah, we got to figure out what's this in between. Now, CNN is saying, former assistant reviews scrapbook. Oh, enter the chat. The scrapbook she made for Combs. So she made a scrapbook for Combs. Mia, a former assistant for Sean Diddy Combs, is now reviewing a scrapbook she made for him. Looking at it, she said, I remember this. It was so nice of me. So she was making scrapbooks. Okay. Let me see. Wait, who said this? He's not going to be ruled out for a pardon? He didn't say no? Holy shit. Oh, that's a great thing to learn and know, y'all. That's good. That just makes everybody feel better. You get a pardon. You get a pardon. Release them all. You get a pardon. Oh, shit. Are you serious? Will not rule out a Diddy pardon? Oh, the Chrisleys are out, y'all. Oh my God. Was she asked to make the scrapbooks? I mean, that's a good question. Who told you to make the scrapbooks? Oh my God. Everybody's getting a pardon. Let me just say. Well, Tory Lanez, he's Canadian, right? Could they pardon him and then deport him too? Oh my God. Oh my God. Y'all, everybody's doing a lot of work here. And it's like all of this for him just to get pardoned? Well, damn, there's that. Oh my God. Yeah, that's not insulting at all. You say they were best friends at the white parties. Yeah, they went to each other's. He went to a white party too. Okay then. Well, whatever. What do I know? I'm not a politician, so I don't know anything about that. That was interesting. I'll say that. Okay, where are we at? Is the plane? I don't even see the plane anymore at this point. I don't even know where the plane went. Thank you, Coco's mom. Again, I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. No update. Trying to see. Why did I click that? Oh, here we go. So Steele says, you made this and gave it to Mr. Combs or give it to Mr. Combs? Yes. What did you write at the top? Puff, sometimes life goes by at catastrophic speed. I hope on this day, I hope you can sit back and consider I made this book of articles from 1991 to now. I don't know if that was part of her job. But hey. So she made him a scrapbook. Okay. You said nowhere near and pardon hasn't even been convicted yet. I know Tribal's like, I'm not taking it off the table, but no, he's like, has he even been, can we get him convicted before he's pardoned? Before we even have that conversation? You said the plane is back on radar? They showed a scrapbook, and she said in a scrapbook, and I quote, Puff, sometimes life goes by at catastrophic speed, and I hope on this day, I hope you can sit back and consider I made this book of articles from 1991 to now. So she was... Well, Lori, we got to convict him before he gets pardoned. You know, I'm just wondering. Okay. So she did a scrapbook for him. Like, wow. Wow. That's not helping her case, says Mary. Sounds like the scrapbook was a present. Yeah. Burned the scrapbook. You said I'm never texting or gifting anything to anyone. I don't want to repeat it on the stand. She's like, I'm not trying to get in trouble for gifting anybody anything. I don't want it repeated on the stand in front of people. No. Did you mean those words? Yes. He'd said to me, I used to look at the world the way you do. But now that I've done everything, it was sad. The man you say has ruined your life. I can tell you what my therapist has said. Oh, no, because that would be hearsay. You can't say what the therapist has said because that would be hearsay. Oh, no. Oh, wow. Okay. I think that they're trying to, is it Armand's journey or A Mom's journey? Excuse me. I don't know why I put an R in your name. I'm sorry. I think they're speaking to state of mind. This is why it's relevant, at least for the defense. It's speaking to her state of mind at the time. And so then here we are, like making, these, what the time for this case specifically, because she didn't report them to the prosecution right away. This would be new. So I think that this is like they feel like it's important because it speaks to her state of mind at that time, if that makes sense. Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe she talked to her therapist and was like trying to make sense of like, why did I do this then? Why, if he did this to me, why would I continue to be in the circle. Why would I do that? You said you're going to bring the therapist to testify? Oh, Lord, she's going to get subpoenaed. She'll be like, why am I here? You said Tootsie Roll Company should sue Diddy. Who is it? Who owns the Tootsie Roll Company? Let me see. Now I'm kind of curious. Who owns the Tootsie? Oh, somebody already asked that. It's led by the Ellen Gordon family. She's the CEO. I'm pretty sure Ellen Gordon, or did she die? I don't know. It's a family-owned company. I'm sure they're between the Johnson & Johnson and the Tootsie Rolls and the applesauce and the Heinz ketchup and the rubber duckies. They don't want anything to do with any of this. They're like, we're done. We're done. We don't want nothing. We're tired of this ish. Okay. No update. She has to break her state of consciousness completely because there are some old men on the jury panel that won't get it, and I'm afraid of that. Well, yeah, I think it's like heavily men the jury is, so we'll see. Y'all. Okay. All right. Mia says, I can tell you what my therapist has said. Okay. Steele says, how could you do this? It's called psychological abuse. No one did anything. Okay, hold up. How could you do this? Steele asks. It's called psychological abuse. No one did anything. Steele says, what could be more terrible? Objection from the government? Okay, judge says sustain. So Mia tries to explain her behavior, or at least explain what's going on. It's called psychological abuse. No one did anything. What could be more terrible? Objection. Oh, Lord. Lord. Let me know. I have an update. There are textbooks out there. It's called abusive relationships. Okay. Steele said, but you're not dating Mr. Combs. Abusive relationships are not limited to that. There were no streaming documentaries about this. No one flinched at his behavior. Okay. Come on, Steele, you idiot. I'm sorry, he's a smart attorney. I'm sorry. I'm just like, did you really say this? There are textbooks out there. It's called abusive relationships. And his response is, but you're not dating Mr. Combs? Abusive relationships are not limited to that. Clearly, that's what she said, which is absolutely correct. There were no streaming documentaries about this. No one flinched at his behavior. Oh my God. And this is the guy that everybody's ranting and raving about? Come on now. He should know that, but he's like trying to make it like, I'm like, this is such an infantile type of argument. Well, you weren't dating him. You don't have to be dating him to have been essayed. You don't have to be dating him to have been through the shit that she went through. You don't have to be doing any of that. Good for her. Good for her for saying that. No, like he literally, Lord have mercy. Okay. Okay. So listen to what Mia, this is what CNN is saying. Mia testifies that she thought the scrapbook would make Combs happy. Mia testified that she made the scrapbook for Sean Diddy Combs after a conversation where she told her, "I used to look at the world the way you did," and implied that there was nothing left now that he had done everything. She said that it was hard to get a birthday present for somebody who has a lot of money. That's very true. Try gifting a present to somebody with a lot of money. And she thought the book would make him happy. That's interesting. No update yet. No update yet, my friends. Oh, man. I was talking to my partner about the defense today. It says more money doesn't always mean better. That's true. But this was a dumb comment. Like, what? Okay, sidebar. 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 Here we go. Let's see. No update. Sidebar, y'all. Sidebar. Oh my God. You said much work to do? The judge is asking for a sidebar. They're going back at it. This is the judge asked for the sidebar. She admitted to promoting him favorably throughout her employment. It has no real value. I don't know. I think that's that part where it's like they could have done better than to have hired Dr. Hughes on this. Dr. Hughes was not good here. They could have done better hiring a different kind of professional to have like maybe explain different things here and there. If you know what I mean. But yes, y'all go get something to drink. Thank you guys for being here. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, please, and thank you. You don't believe me, Nelda? A lot of people don't. There are people that, you know, and y'all are entitled to your opinion, but some people don't believe her. And I think that, I mean, like I said, she doesn't have to make us believe her. She's got a jury. She's got that jury is the one that has to figure it out, not me. Me, I'm just listening to the information as it comes. But that's a whole that's them. That's why I feel like it's important to hear different sides of the argument, because you never know. You never know. They may bring someone else, maybe Dr. Hughes for Cassie. Dr. Hughes was not good. This was her when her job was supposed to be important. Like the 5 also says, I'm 30% on her too. Like some folks don't believe her. Like I said, I don't know, man. I guess it just really depends on where everybody stands with this. Different things can be true at the same time. But yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I think she's coming back on Monday. So I don't think they're done. Like I don't think the defense. So there was an issue with timing. Like the defense felt like they were getting pushed back, and especially with what's his name, Deontay Nash. They felt like they didn't get the adequate time. And so they talked about that in Mia's transcripts. I actually, like I said, I'm working on editing the video. Hopefully I'll release it tonight. So they were going back and forth on that. There was that. And then Agnifilo was basically saying, like, we need enough time. And the judge said something to the effect of, well, if we need to push her, we'll bring her back on Monday, even though she's set to fly out. So she's set to fly out on the weekend, I think today or something. But they'll probably extend her flight if need be. And the thing is that everybody, they're accommodating and they're rescheduling a lot of people and pushing back and everything. Yes, Miss Hill, you're right. You're right. Church on Chrome says the IG post and the doubt created by it was damaging. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. So much of everyone's own background and biases will paint how you see the witness and the evidence. Ooh. I don't know. I don't think he took her for a payout, baby K. I think she's just choosing not to be found at this point. I think it's a choice. I don't think she's missing, if you know what I mean. I don't know. Oh man. I could hear baby bunny, so we will see. We'll see if we can make it a little bit, but I don't know, y'all. I'm going to, you said they wanted a speedy trial, but now they're moving slow, LOL. They are moving pretty slow, I would say. The defense isn't doing a good job at crossing. The defense is doing what they're doing to create reasonable doubt. I have to read the transcript to figure out if, like, I will say that I have the transcript for Mia, and like I said, I'm working on a pre-recorded video. Notifications aren't being sent out, so you guys make sure check on the channel if on videos and lives when I'm live, because it's not always sending notifications out. Just check. I'm going to be releasing, hopefully tonight, if I can get it done on time, Mia's first part, and I will say it's very compelling and very just sad, you know. It's a sad situation. You said they're planned for a mistrial. Okay, hold up. We have a update, y'all. Okay, here we go. And they're back. Steele, where is it that you confronted him and said you have violated me sexually or otherwise? And he said, I need your help. Objection. Judge says overrules. After St. Bart's, I confronted him about his behavior, not the other thing. Oh, so she did confront him? She confronted him about the behavior? I need to bookmark this. Hold up. So she did confront him? What? Yeah, I didn't know she confronted him. Shoot. Yeah, Nash, you mean Miss Fine? Yes, Mrs. Fine. Mrs. Fine? Yes. I don't know why he did that. That was too much. That was too much. Damn. Okay. Thank you, Crystal. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay, are we gonna... Y'all... Okay, hold up. You told Cassie she's a superstar and should get the money. I don't remember that. Aren't you lying about Mr. Combs' misbehavior? I have not lied to anyone at all. Isn't it true it did not happen as many times as you just said? Wait a minute. wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You told Cassie she's a superstar and she should get the money. Get what money? I don't remember that. Aren't you lying about Mr. Combs' misbehavior? I have not lied to anyone at all. Isn't it true it did not happen as many times as you just said? This is such a concerning question. Isn't it true it didn't happen as many times as you said? The fact that you even said this, Brian Steele. So it did happen? And what do you mean by many times? Because once is too many. Oh my God. And what are they referring to exactly? Everything I said in this courtroom is true. Why did you make him the scrapbook? You could talk to an expert about essay. Could we hand the scrapbook to the jurors? Take a brief look for a couple minutes. Oh, says the judge. Take a brief look for a couple minutes. Oh, this is heating up. This is, oh my goodness. Huh. Here we go. Oh, shit. No update. Hold up. This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That question was just off a line. I'm sorry. That plane just crashed with that one, in my opinion. I don't know. She might not be back on Monday after all. Lindell, that question, I'm sorry. That question right there, it didn't happen that many times. So did it happen once? Are you saying that your client made it happen once? What do you mean by that many times? Are you like, what are you saying? Oh my God. I'm sorry. That the plane emergency landing. Okay, guys. I hear Baby Bunny calling me here soon, so I have to head out because I don't think they're going to get done at 3. But let's see. Oh my God, Wayne. Thank you so much for the $2. Diddy going to ask for a mistrial by his own team. This time Diddy's going to want to make the request. I want a mistrial. Thank you, Wayne. I was cool in the 90s. Thank you so much for the $5 super sticker. No. Oh, hold up. Thank you so much. I was cool in the 90s. By the way, I like your name. Shout out to you. Rabbit, is he on trial for essay? He's not. He's not. But still, that question is just so off. Oh. He's not on trial for essay. But that question is so off. But it almost implies that a crime did happen. The 5, you see what I'm saying? Like, it almost implies that a crime did happen. The plane is spinning out of control, but like, oh, come on, the 5. It is a weird worded question. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it implies that a crime did happen. I mean, I know he's not being charged for that. But, oh my God. I don't know, man. I don't know with this one. Wait. Jaleisha said that the oxygen masks have dropped. Somebody give me like 2 of them. They don't have to prove him innocent of SA, just ruin her credibility. There you go, the 5. There you go, the 5. There you go. I know, but literally, oh. I am in shock. Okay. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you for the $5, Wendy. Grape drink soda fun today. Thank you. Yeah, we gonna need a couple of these because I'm just telling you. Okay. I know the 5. Shout out to the 5. I love the 5. Look, I love it. You're right. But still, it just ooh. Okay. Thank you so much for the 5, though. Appreciate it. Who cares how many times it happened? Once is too many. That's what I'm saying, Nicole. Oh my God. Lord have mercy. Okay, I hear Baby Bunny calling me. I gotta hurry up. Are we done? What's going on? Oh my gosh. My head is itching. That's how disturbing this is to me. My head is itching. Why do you want a mistrial? I don't get it. You want another one? You want another attempt? That would have been the third one. You want a mistrial? Lord have mercy. Why? Janice Combs enters the chat. Oh my God. Yeah, mistrial for what? I don't get it. I don't get this. Yes, that's true, Moni. I mean, they could come back and retry it again. I'm sure he just wants to be found innocent or clear of anything. Okay, hold up. Right. That's the tweet where you need to get some context. I agree. Mia says her trauma brain often wins over her logic brain. Why did you need someone else saying that it was wrong for Mr. Combs to make you feel like he would K you? Mia's response that she has a logic brain and a trauma brain, and the trauma brain often wins. Eventually, it becomes normalized, and you're just trying to get back to the good. You make excuses for people. I'm a people pleaser, and I'm an empath. I'm a rule follower. I just wanted to do my best and make everyone happy all the time. So I tend to take a lot more than normal people. I don't know how to explain that. I don't know if I should apologize for that. I forgive people all the time for things. Okay, let me stop right here. So she's explaining herself, but I also feel like this is becoming a little bit gray. You know what I mean? In the sense of like, clearly she's talked to her therapist and she's educated herself about kind of why things are happening the way that they are. But it almost seems like to me that we're getting a little bit of like a textbook response versus a Mia response. So for me, it's like for her to say, you know, I have a this brain and that brain. This is what I learned through my therapist. It would be good for just to say, look, I went through this and I've addressed this. And it's my understanding through therapy, I've learned that maybe this is the reason why I was acting this way. Or maybe this is why things happen this way for me. You know, instead of bringing a textbook, if that makes sense. Because it is given that she would have done everything not to upset him. But, okay, here we go. So, isn't it true that it did not happen as many times as you said? Everything I said in the courtroom is true. Why did you make him the scrapbook? You could take an expert. Okay, we already read this part. And then they're looking at the scrapbook, okay? But I do wonder about her answers because I'm sure that she has probably talked. Oh shit. I'm sure she has probably. I'm looking at something else. I'm sure she's probably talked to her therapist about things. I'm going to show you guys something that just came out on Washington Post. Trump doesn't rule out pardon for Sean Combs. She doesn't rule it out, okay? But first he has to be convicted before he's pardoned. So there is that. For those that were wondering in the chat, they included that in the Washington Post. They wanted to make sure people knew. So yes, that is true. These transcripts are going to be wild, Angela. You're right. But yes. A Mom's Journey. We just read that. We were talking about that. So Trump's talking about, but he's not ruling it out. As far as a pardon for Diddy. Yeah. Are you okay, Jenny? You're like, I hate it here now. Why? I'm just saying, this is what they said. I didn't say it in the news. All right, guys. Listen, guys, I do have to head out. I do have to end because I told you guys I have to end at 3. I have to end at 3 because I got a child that I got to tend to and other things I got to do. But guys, let me know what you guys think in the comments. If you're watching the replay, please keep an eye out on the stream that we're dropping tonight. Okay. And then I'm gonna request, of course, the transcripts for today, but I'm probably not gonna go live. I'm probably gonna do a pre-recording on them because y'all, I'm tired and I need to be able to take time for myself to do pre-recorded videos. Okay. Check us out over the weekend, guys. Make sure you guys are checking the other videos if you have not watched. I'm still behind Cassie's video. I'm still behind so many, I don't even know where my list is at. So many other videos, but I gotta go get some rest. Shout out to everybody who donated, and we'll see what happens. Bye, guys. Hit the like button. Bye, guys.